Hey, salut à tous, ici le Baron of Moore. Comment ça va aujourd'hui? C'est samedi et il y a CitizenCon. J'ai euh, j'ai hésité à aller faire ça avec les Mongrels. Généralement, on se fait une petite visionnade ensemble. C'est comme ça que ça s'était passé la semaine dernière. L'année dernière. Et puis, je me suis dit, putain, cette année, ça commence exactement. D'une part, c'est un samedi. Bon, généralement, c'est le samedi. Euh, L'année dernière, je pense que l'année dernière, je ne streamais pas encore le samedi, je streamais le dimanche, mais pas encore le samedi. Et puis surtout, j'ai vu que ça commençait à la même heure à laquelle je commence d'habitude mes streams. Je me suis dit, ah, oh, vas-y, on va le faire. On va mater ça ensemble. Salut Xenon, ça va bien et toi? J'imagine que ça va bien en ce jour. Donc voilà, je suis sur la page où il y a le programme. Ça commence dans 8 minutes. De toute façon, j'ai le stream qui tourne en fond. Donc on va les entendre quand ils vont commencer. Alors, un petit disclaimer, c'est que ici on sera en VO. Hein. J'ai pas encore de traducteur officiel pour traduire le truc en comment ça s'appelle en direct, comme chez Derko, qui a ça. Je vous conseille d'aller voir chez lui si vous avez besoin de le voir en français. Ici, ça va être pour ceux qui sont à l'aise avec l'anglais. On va regarder ça en version originale tout du long. Alors tout du long, va falloir aussi voir, hein, parce que chez moi, il est bientôt 10h du soir. Je pense que du coup, aujourd'hui, la hype aidant, on va quand même regarder plus longtemps. Mais est-ce que je vais faire ça jusqu'au bout? Bah je sais pas en fait, ça va dépendre, ils ont pas encore mis d'heure et tout quoi, on sait pas combien leurs panels vont durer, il y en a 7, c'est tous Journey to 4.0, et on sait pas s'ils vont durer 1 heure, mais enfin même s'ils durent 1 heure, ça m'emmène à 5h du matin, s'il y en a 7 et que ça commence à 10h du soir, euh, et s'il n'y a pas de retard. Donc j'ai pas dit que on fera toute la CitizenCon ensemble. Il y a peut-être un moment, surtout si vers le milieu, il y a un moment où ça devient chiant. Alors ville, ça devrait être bien. Powerplay, ça va être bien. Putain, Talking Chips. Ouais, ça c'est vraiment la fin, il va être tard. On verra. On verra. Ça dure 5 heures. Non, à mon avis, ça dure plus longtemps que ça. Ou alors, c'est comme l'année dernière, c'est-à-dire c'est des panels de 40 minutes. Salut, bonsoir, Dems. C'est peut-être des panels de 40 minutes, c'est peut-être toi qui as raison, Xenon, peut-être que ça dure 5 heures. Dans ces cas-là, 3 heures du matin, dans 3 heures du matin, il n'y a pas de problème, on est samedi soir. 5 heures du matin, ça pique un peu plus. De toute façon, si on n'a pas le temps de tout voir, et même si on voit tout, mais là, ça va être à chaud, demain, je serai également en stream sur Star Citizen, et on pourra revenir dessus et discuter. Demain, je vais faire un truc pépère, on va aller miner en rock, et je vous montrerai un secret de bandit, si vous ne le connaissez pas encore. Mais ça, ce sera demain. Du coup, qu'est-ce qu'on a en premier? Planetary Pyro, join us for a guide in-engine tour through many of the planets and moons of the upcoming Pyro system, exploring their current development status and why they're more than just burnt, charred husk you may have read about. Ouais, donc ça, c'est ce qui est important aussi, c'est en effet de voir les mecs qui parlent Senior Environment. Alors, bizarrement, en effet, cette année, il n'y a pas l'air d'avoir de gameplay. Peut-être un truc sur Squadron 42, on en parlait hier, c'était hier ou avant-hier avec Cyclone. Parce qu'en effet, il n'y a pas l'air d'y avoir de panel de gameplay. On va voir de quoi il s'agit. Je crois qu'ils ont commencé. Non, normalement encore 5 minutes. Laissez-moi voir sur ma deuxième. Non, ok, c'est pas encore commencé. J'avais cru entendre Jared parler derrière. Peut-être que Jared est en train de parler pour faire un test son. Mais ça n'a pas encore commencé. Il est pas fort du tout. Je l'entends au fond de mon casque. Je pense que Jared est en train de parler, mais c'est pas grave. C'est sûrement pour raconter des conneries. Du coup, ensuite, on a Design Brief. Investigation explores the pitch process for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling. Ok, ça je suis intéressé. Et c'est Luc Presley, donc le mec qui fait les missions, et Elliot Maltby. Ça c'est l'autre mec aussi qu'on a vu parler de SPK, si je ne m'abuse, si je me trompe pas sur qui est lui. Il me semble que c'est le mec qu'on a vu la dernière fois parler sur SPK et la prison et tout ça, quoi. Donc. Il me semble entendre. Je vais couper le son. Même s'il est pas fort, on entend Jared parler dans le fond. Ça fonctionne bien. Ok, nickel. Alors, ça va être intéressant, je pense aussi. Parce que ça va être comment ils vont faire pour que les missions soient moins chiantes. Ils parlent de déduction, donc peut-être un peu enlever les marqueurs de genre go, here, do, that. Qui sont un peu vraiment qui tiennent la main à mort aujourd'hui. Salut Bénit, salut les griffeurs, ouais t'es au bon endroit. Donc ça a moyen d'être intéressant. Journey to 4.0, The New Underground. Alors ça, à mon avis, Yann Leland, il est cool par contre. Généralement, il explique bien. Donc à voir, parce que lui, il est bon. Mais ouais, quand ça s'appelle les... ça va être les grottes, ça va être quoi, les bunkers, tous les trucs qui est underground. When corporation, commerce, and cavern collide, take your first look at the enormous reimagining of underground facilities and the new gameplay possibilities that will arrive with them. Ils vont quand même parler de new gameplay avec, donc à voir. À voir si c'est vraiment intéressant. Journey to 4.0, the need for multiple speeds. Ok, donc ça c'est David Colson, ouais. Richard Thaler, Yad Talbot, lui je vois plus qui c'est, je pense que quand je verrai sa gueule, oui. Johnny Young, ouais. Et Yogi, ok. Salut Clan Aegis, merci à toi. Bon sitcon à vous aussi. On va voir si la sitcon est bonne. Il y a plein de gens qui disent que ouais, ils sont pas super hype. Franchement, ouais, j'attends de voir. Je pars pas avec des a priori, on va bien voir quoi. Alors celui-là, ouais, The Need for Multiple Speed. We all know how speed impact combat, but ah ouais, ça va être à propos du combat, et en effet, ils veulent baisser la vitesse à laquelle vont les combats en dogfight. Now learn how master modes initially developed for Squadron 42 will impact the flight experience for the persistent universe and better define ship's role for all vehicles in Star Citizen. Ouais, ça c'est super intéressant aussi, malgré tout. Parce que c'est un gros truc. La vitesse à laquelle j'en ai parlé plein de fois, c'est chiant. Les vaisseaux qui rechargent leur bouclier en 2-2, qui peuvent s'échapper des combats en 2-2 et donc aller recharger leur bouclier, revenir, c'est relou quoi. Il y a un problème. Et en plus, ils sont trop longs à buter. Alors de nouveau, c'est comme à chaque fois je dis, c'est parce que moi je viens d'un background où j'ai joué beaucoup à War Thunder, où une seule bastos au bon endroit peut suffire à envoyer un avion au tapis, quoi. Évidemment, il y a pas l'armure, il n'y a pas les composants vraiment, quoi. On peut faire des dégâts aux composants, mais bon, c'est encore les balbutiements, donc ça peut être intéressant ce qu'ils vont raconter là-dessus. Lorville Redux, ok, ça va être à propos du rework sur Lorville. Eric Gagnon, le nom me dit quelque chose, mais je me rappelle plus qui c'est. Maxime Guindon ou Guindon. Moi, je pense qu'il est français, Guindon. Lui, je vois pas qui c'est non plus. Yann Leland, c'est le même mec que là. Lui, il est cool. We've come a long way since our first planetary landing zone, and here you'll get a first glimpse at how everything learned since then is being reapplied to this world polluted city. Ok. Ça peut être intéressant, et je pense qu'on aura des beaux visuels et tout sur le nouveau Lorville. Lorville étant ma ville préférée. Après, j'aimerais beaucoup aimer Area 18 parce qu'elle est très cyberpunk, mais c'est tout petit, quoi. Euh, à voir, je pense qu'ils vont... De toute façon, ils vont tout rework au fur et à mesure. C'est l'habitude avec les... Comment ça s'appelle? Avec les alphas. Alors, je vois que Flo et Psycho sont là, donc attends, je vais repasser sur le Discord. Paf, voilà. Hello, hello.
Salut.
Salut, ça va? Bon.
Ça va, tranquille.
Je suis en train... je regarde en même temps si ça commence. Ouais, ça commence. Ok.
Ouais, ça vient juste de commencer.
Ok, allez.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I
found it very wholesome.
Intro.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive. And the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole.
Je galère un peu, tu sais, avec le réglage des volumes pour tout ça gérable. Tu sais, entre
effort they put into like their creativity.
Entre Discord et puis
building a simulator inside of an entire RV or.
The cinemas, I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas.
J'ai pas vu de post Spectrum pour les publicités. Je voulais mettre ma publicité pour Cruise Logs. Et j'ai jamais vu ce truc-là. Vous avez fait ça l'année dernière pour CitizenCon.
Ah, je sais pas, j'ai pas vu.
That you do, it's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm
from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they're like really frustrated. You can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about
our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
Ouais, c'est clair.
Quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for.
Je sais pas combien de temps qu'on l'a pas vu dans un Star Citizen Live ou même un Inside Star Citizen.
In the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making
le
it
mec
for the community.
d'origine asiatique avec la barbe.
Ah oui, oui.
Super longtemps, on le voyait tout le temps avant.
I'm living the dream.
Il y en a d'ailleurs, on l'a plus vu depuis des années. Je sais plus comment il s'appelle. Tu sais, c'est le mec gros là avec la barbe et les lunettes. Je sais plus comment il s'appelle.
Je sais plus non plus. Mais il y en a qui sont partis quoi.
Lenivski, Leviski, un nom comme ça.
Salut Cyrero. Ça va bien et toi? Ouais, non, mais il y en a qui sont partis. Lui, là, dont je parlais, je me rappelle plus de son nom, mais je pensais vraiment qu'il était parti, quoi. Attends, là, il nous sort la...
Maître Miyagi, ouais, c'est vrai, Cyrero, il y a un air.
Mais attends, mais ça, c'est le truc de 2013. Non, il est super plus jeune.
Oui, ça c'était la présentation du Kickstarter, je crois.
Bah ouais. J'allais me dire, attends, mais ils l'ont refait plus ou moins, mais en fait, non, c'est quand tu vois sa gueule, c'est clair et net qu'il est plus jeune.
And find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good.
Ah bah voilà, tu vois, il a dit il parlait de PVP. Il l'a dit en 2013, bordel. Qu'est-ce qu'ils comprennent pas les Carvers?
None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding,
ouais, mais c'est en n'importe quoi.
I've never been accused of having a small vision.
CR sur son yacht, CR à la plage, CR dans l'espace, CR sur un Bengale.
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC
voilà.
in Austin, Texas,
Ça, c'est
and revealed
aujourd'hui.
Star Citizen to the world.
Non, vas-y, qu'est-ce qu'il raconte?
We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived.
Et depuis 2013, toujours pas de barbe ni de moustache pour les personnages.
Every year since then, we've celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Erasin last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes. 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work the development and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay.
Ça, c'est clair. Ils peuvent pas non plus faire plus d'argent tous les ans en faisant un truc de merde où il y a zéro gameplay.
All dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City.
Après, au bout d'un moment, tu sais, si les gens ne voient rien venir, il ne faut pas s'étonner que les gens soient moins tentés de mettre la main à la poche. C'est normal.
Today that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside,
ça, c'est mon opinion.
From space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together.
Ah bah c'est clair que Star Citizen aujourd'hui par rapport à l'année où je m'y suis mis.
Most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards the game.
Ça c'est clair. Maintenant, tu
am both humble and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe.
J'avais commencé, tu avais juste un hangar, tu pouvais mettre ton vaisseau, marcher autour. Point.
With a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 bar citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese bar citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you.
Écoute, s'ils le font à Cologne, je tenterai d'y aller. En plus, c'est pas loin de chez moi. Enfin, pas loin.
We need something a little bigger.
200 bornes.
For where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester,
Sympa la collection de casques au mur.
Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Ça c'est pas mal.
It's down in my junk folder.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Ah, regarde les fringues.
Quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
La putain de veste qu'il a et pareil le t-shirt c'est des trucs que t'as en jeu.
Ouais.
He knows what I like.
Je sais plus comment elle s'appelle celle-là.
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster.
Ça doit être dans leur nouveau. Ça doit être dans leur nouveau.
Dans leurs nouveaux locaux.
Ouais, dans leurs nouveaux locaux. Ouais.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond.
Bon, on va servir de l'eau dans un truc à cocktail quand même, il y a des sacrilèges à pas faire non plus.
We didn't even plan that. All right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, back
That's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think?
J'aime bien le blaster de Star Wars, tu sais, sur l'étagère là-haut en haut à droite.
Ah ouais, c'est clair.
I mean, you do look like you're
Bah, il y a toute la collection des trucs à Jared qu'il avait à Los Angeles.
No, I don't be a twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
Ah, il y a une P4, il y a une P4 sur le.
Not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon
Les cracks, ça vient de chez eux par contre. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a des cracks, j'entends des cracks dans les écouteurs.
Tu regardes l'étagère du milieu, le truc qui est tout à gauche, c'est un truc que tu vois dans Star Trek La Nouvelle Génération.
This is a great place to interview people from.
L'espèce de totem là avec deux jambes et
getting a newfound appreciation of how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Keilish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations.
Regarde, il y a merde, c'est quoi le gun aussi là sur.
Oui, le pistolet à frag là, je sais plus.
Ouais, le frag, ouais, c'est ça, le frag pistol.
It's a very nice chair.
Je sais pas trop à quoi ça sert, j'ai jamais utilisé ce flingue là.
Ils ont la dose de props. Ok, c'est parti. De l'intérieur du Phoenix, ouais, Psycho. On est sur Discord,
My
Psycho.
name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today.
Ouais, c'est ça, un salvo,
I'm a senior environment artist and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Il est pas très fort. Ok.
So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's
ils avaient montré comment faire pour faire des formes différentes
one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. J'ai une toute petite question en aparté pour tout le monde. Est-ce que vous trouvez qu'il y a une meilleure performance depuis le dernier petit patch en point 3 là, qui nous ont sorti? So you can find like really large crystals.
Pas beaucoup vu de différence.
Heisenberg would be really happy here.
Moi je trouvais que l'FS était plus constant, c'était plus lissé, on avait moins de creux de
highlight here.
D'accord, je regarde.
Plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago.
Après, pour Pyro 1, si c'est celle qui est la plus près de Pyro, je comprends.
Part of like a mission
on va voir les autres planètes, mais j'aurais fait un truc complètement, tu sais, brûlé, quoi. Genre, il n'y a pas y a rien, quoi. Il y a de la lave, quoi. C'est genre, c'est l'enfer, quoi. On va voir, il y a peut-être d'autres lunes qui seront comme ça, mais a priori, je pense que Pyro 1, c'est celle qui est la plus proche, quoi.
Normalement, oui.
J'aurais pas mis des cristaux, quoi. Cristaux, ça fait toujours un peu gelé, et pareil avec, avec toute l'ambiance bleue, ça fait toujours froid, quoi.
In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried
avec toutes les restrictions sur le chauffage en ce moment, ils n'ont peut-être pas eu le choix.
For the pyro system,
humour.
We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass. But I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in game walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1.
C'est vrai que techniquement ça avance bien quand même, hein. Mine de rien.
This biome here, which has
des gens qui gueulent, il y a de quoi faire là derrière.
L'année dernière, il nous avait montré qu'une seule lune, parce que je pense qu'il n'y avait qu'une seule lune à nous montrer, quoi. Enfin, il nous avait montré d'autres trucs, mais c'était vite fait.
C'est vrai que l'année dernière, j'ai vite lâché le live parce que tous les trucs où t'expliquais les algos, les machins et tout, ça m'intéressait pas du tout.
On regardait un peu comment ça s'appelle, le programme avant que le live commence. Ouais, cette année, il y a l'air d'y avoir moins de trucs techniques et tout. C'est plus sur le gameplay et puis les visuels qui en jettent, quoi.
Plus de concret, moins de cours radicaux, quoi.
Ouais, moins magistral et plus de on touche, on avance.
So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors.
En profiter, dans 20 ans, il n'y en aura plus.
We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here
YouTube, ça me faisait penser à Magda, mais ouais, quand on est au niveau du sol, plus du tout, quoi.
To how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain.
Une espèce de gros amas rocheux, tu vois dans l'Utah aux États-Unis.
The rocks form in a
Grand
natural way.
Canyon et tout ça.
Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned for it, but I think in comparison to what we had before, this is a big step forward. Also, what you might
les cailloux, c'est mieux la manière dont ils mettent les cailloux, que ce soit ça ou les trucs qu'on a vus avec la rivière sur Microtech et tout, avec les canyons et tout.
Ça fait plus naturel.
Ouais, il y a moins de cailloux qui ont l'air de flotter comme ce qu'on voit un peu sur les lunes, sur certaines lunes de temps en temps.
Après, est-ce que c'était le procédural qui était pas tout à fait bien défini aussi, hein.
Ah ouais, si, c'est le procédural, c'est clair. C'est le problème sur le procédural. T'as des cailloux qui pendouillent au-dessus de certaines formations de terrain.
T'as des collisions de chunk.
Ah ouais, là par contre, là tu veux de la rigidité, t'en as de la rigidité.
What sets this biome apart from the rest
of
the planet is
mais c'est encore pas assez aride. Moi, j'aurais bien vu, tu vois, une lune, mais brûlée, quoi, tu vois, enfin, un truc
radical.
Bah non, mais enfin, Mercure, si tu veux, il n'y a même pas d'arbre dessus, hein. Mercure,
c'est pas faux.
Mercure,
c'est juste un truc ultra chaud, quoi.
Là, tu vois, ça me fait penser à Aberdeen, mais avec une atmosphère normale.
Oui, il y a de ça. Il y a de ça.
Here on the terrain, it's pale, it's dry.
Ça reste encore trop gentil pour Baron.
Non, mais après, il me semble que pour Pyro, ils avaient parlé de rivière de lave ou de lac de lave ou je ne sais plus.
Bah c'est ça, ouais, c'est à ça que je m'attendais sur Pyro 1, quoi, des lacs de lave et des rivières de lave. Ouais. Et pas un arbre ou un végétal, et pas de nuages, quoi. Enfin aussi peut-être des nuages parce que tout le truc, si tu veux, tout le liquide, bah tout non mais oui, puis tout le liquide il est en ébullition, quoi. Il y a rien de liquide en fait.
Genre il faudrait. Ouais, tu sentais la planète où la Pembroke était forcément obligatoire, quoi. Voilà, ça a l'air plus accueillant que prévu.
C'est clair. Après, je suis pas astrophysicien, alors peut-être que les étoiles comme celle de Pyro sont en fait pas si chaudes que ça, quoi. C'est juste qu'elles balancent plein de radiations qui font tout crever, quoi.
On s'est fait des films comme d'hab, on s'est fait avoir.
Ce serait pas mal les lacs et les rivières de lave, comme ça tu peux jeter les gens de la planche.
Ouais, tu prends pas de prinsat. Ils sont tombés tout seuls dans la rivière de lave.
Tu leur as montré la sortie.
Il y a une petite banane qui glissait sur la rampe, ils ont glissé, ils sont tombés, accident.
C'est pas moi, chef, c'est pas moi.
Pyro 3. C'était celle qu'on a vue, je crois, l'année dernière, ça.
So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo. But I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about
encore un petit peu AFK, je reviens les copains de suite.
Look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density. So it looks really nice
Salut,
when it like, covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow
cette planète-là, c'est clair qu'elle a difficile. Je pense qu'il y a une raison pour laquelle c'est celle-là qu'ils ont montré l'année dernière.
C'est à quoi ça me fait un peu penser? Ce que tu peux voir dans les Highlands en Écosse.
Ouais.
Compared to Hurston, for example, which
pour le jour non moins, bien sûr.
Which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage. This is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single
Ils vont être obligés de mettre le ski nautique.
Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions. And one object preset just can't cover every
Et va savoir pourquoi ça me fait un peu penser à l'Islande.
These coral, this like coral geology set.
C'est toujours le truc quand t'as des mondes extraterrestres et tout. En fait, c'est toujours un peu inspiré de choses qu'on a sur Terre, en fait.
C'est ça.
Parce que les vraies planètes, t'as qu'à regarder ce qu'on a dans le système solaire, en fait, si tu veux, ça reste assez classique, en fait, en dehors de la Terre, généralement, quand même, toutes les autres planètes, c'est la même chose sur toute la planète, quoi. Il n'y a pas de biome ou il n'y a pas de machin, et puis c'est souvent très rocailleux, et c'est tout, quoi, il n'y a pas de vie. Donc, en effet, c'est un peu répétitif, quoi. Là, évidemment, dès qu'ils essayent de mettre un peu de la vie et tout, ça se met forcément à ressembler à un endroit ou à un autre de la planète Terre, quoi.
Quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation
sets. Les fleurs jaunes là, mais les autres trucs aussi, on croirait des pissenlits.
The amount of detail on display here. We have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
Non, c'est Xenon qui l'a dit. Il y a des super visuels quand même, c'est clair.
Ah bah là, regarde là. Magnifique ça.
Sur 4. J'espère qu'ils vont nous montrer la station aussi.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality,
voilà, évidemment, à chaque fois, ils ont toujours des inspirations
is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on
des paysages terrestres.
Terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all.
Je sais s'il y a des lunes autour des planètes de Pyro, j'imagine qu'il doit y en avoir aussi. On n'a jamais vu ça.
And it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So
mais là, bon voilà, là j'en trop dans les spectatives et trop dans le technique, mais je suis curieux de voir l'atmosphère de ces planètes-là.
I think it's called a fire stalk. which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things
sachant
pop.
que
Then
ça reste quand
we
même
have
un système
these
assez
ones here. I
inhospitalier.
forgot the
Sur
name
Pyro
of
3,
the asset
3
set.
oui, sur Pyro
Yeah,
3
they
tu peux
also
respirer
look
puisque
quite
c'est ce qu'on a vu dans le,
and
le
interesting.
CitizenCon de
We
l'année
also
dernière.
try to improve
Où
the quality
les PNJ
of
étaient
our
sans casque et
presets.
tout pendant la mission.
Oui,
Donc,
la
Pyro 3,
Like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones.
Pyro 3 la mission
The
respire.
geometry count is
dans le
way
campement.
higher. The texture resolution is a bit higher. And they just look more
Après, les autres, je
polished
sais pas.
and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them.
L'échelle.
So they're massive in scale. And what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance.
Bon, les low flyers là, je pense, sont tous en train
de
baver,
to be
de rendre leur
visible
jeu.
almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale.
Ah oui, quand même.
You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray rocks against the crimson of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain.
Ah ouais,
and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking
Pour faire de la
out of
brume
the
au sol,
volumetric
c'est pas mal quand même.
Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here.
Mais je crois qu'ils ont un autre outil pour faire de la brume au sol que les nuages volumétriques, c'est pas fait pour quoi.
Parce que lui, il a appelé ça un accident, moi j'ai trouvé ça super.
Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater. And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater. So it's a mix of like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top. Plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very spooky and grim and kind of dark. So we have these dark fantasy forest looking trees, which look kind of creepy. Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. We go down to the surface of the crater. You can see that we added this dark forest looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist.
C'est là qu'il faudrait des rivières et des lacs de lave.
Cover assets, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on.
se disent que le système pyro est super hostile et tout, et quand tu vois les planètes, ça a l'air spécialement plus hostile que ce qu'on a sur Saturn. Alors Saturn en ce qui concerne les lunes, évidemment, pas les planètes en elles-mêmes.
You can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up and then it goes down to form the crack and then we scatter
ça par contre c'est super cool qu'ils puissent faire des
height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see
des reliefs sur mesure.
Ouais, exactement. Des reliefs personnalisés pour chaque planète, pour chaque lune et tout, des trucs qui se voient de l'orbite et qui sont vraiment massifs, quoi. Qui sont reconnaissables en fait
and then down here they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes
le carnage pour y aller en véhicule terrestre là-dedans.
And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just
je pense que quand t'es au fond ça va aller, mais bon par contre oui, pour y descendre
you can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets.
Elles sont cool là les textures.
So instead of
là c'est genre un truc comme ça que j'aurais vu sur Pyro 1. C'est à moitié vitrifié, cramé avec des rivières de lave, quoi.
We're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4.
Ah oui, c'est vrai que Pyro 1, c'est vrai maintenant en y repensant, c'est vrai que je comprends pas trop le...
Bah oui, non mais elle est bleue quoi, c'est celle qui est censée être la plus proche. Ou alors je raconte des conneries, c'est celle qui est la plus loin, mais sur Stanton 1 c'est Earthsun, hein, la plus proche.
Like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional.
Tu vois, l'étoile a l'air beaucoup plus proche, beaucoup plus chaude.
To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point, I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark
ouais, je sais pas si j'irai voir ça tout de suite, mais oui, tu vas-y, on voit.
The desert I just showed is also light gray, so we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background. We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean.
Ça fait très, comment dire...
As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden
ça a été bombardé de météorites et après ça s'est rempli d'eau.
And we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters.
C'est de l'eau.
If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters. So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here
Ici
on
aussi,
the
ça a l'air
left.
d'être plus chaud,
This is still work in progress.
Ouais, ouais.
So one of us, probably me, has to go in and yeah, adjust
des
the
vieux
settings
coraux, des machins.
of the
Franchement, c'est
spawning
magnifique.
here.
Enfin, moi, je trouve ça
And then
magnifique.
we're right at the edge. And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white chalky terrain. Then over here, I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object presets because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation, like he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking
le ciel est rouge.
coming
La
through
skybox de tout pyro.
the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet. And the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good.
Il fait jamais complètement nuit en fait
for the
comme
entire
sur
pyro
Stanton.
system. So you will see it on every single pyro planet.
Ça, c'est chouette.
It's just that Pyro 6
C'est
has
chouette.
like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here. I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system.
Après, ils en sont pas encore à faire une planète
There's
en 2
still
semaines,
work that we have to do,
comme ce qui était
but I
censé
hope
faire
that you are
leur
even more
planète tech,
excited
quoi.
than before after seeing what I showed you today.
De toute façon, une planète en 2 semaines, je veux dire, ils peuvent avoir les outils qu'ils veulent, ça paraît pas ultra réaliste. Vu tous les assets qu'il faut faire et tout, quoi.
Alors, tu vois, il y a une planète que j'attends, je suis curieux de voir ce que ça va donner, c'est Terra.
Bah Terra, ouais, ce sera celle qu'ils feront en dernier, quoi. Quand ils auront déjà tous les assets de tout le reste.
Ouais. Ah ouais.
Ils vont en chier pour faire Terra. Je sais pas comment ils vont faire. Je pense que eux-mêmes savent pas vraiment comment ils vont faire.
Ah, je reviens dans 2 minutes.
Ok. C'est l'instant goodies. Donc en effet, le jeu est beau, ouais. Et la bœuf est confirmée. On avait déjà l'étame, mais... plantation de bœuf sur Hero 3 confirmée. Ça va squatter grave. Le truc, c'est la distance entre les planètes. Ça va pas être pareil que sur Stanton. Les voyages vont être longs. Il va falloir qu'ils implémentent plein de gameplay en fait sur sur chaque planète pour que par rapport à CitizenCon, tu sois pas obligé forcément de bouger d'une planète à l'autre un peu tout le temps, quoi. Ça va moins être possible. Ou alors va y avoir des downtime dans le gameplay encore pire. Faudra pas oublier les feuilles longues et débriquer dans la soupe du corsaire. Carrément. Celle-là, c'est la planète plage. Ah là, il fait bien nuit, hein. C'est bien sombre. C'est plus sombre que ce qu'il nous montrait tout à l'heure. Tout à l'heure, je vais pas dire qu'on y voyait comme en plein jour, mais ouais, on y voyait comme une sorte de demi-jour, quand même.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks.
Ah, il vient de dire ici.
Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
That's right.
During the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't track it. So,
I like your dig.
That's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to this.
Ouais, les titres, c'est comme ça que.
Good.
You like it?
Dans le yacht de Chris Robert, ouais, c'est ça, tout à
fait.
Dans le Phoenix de Chris Robert, c'est un peu comme un yacht.
Every time we talked about changing the
thing, stuff up
and whatnot, like what should we do?
Un bain à bulles qu'il y a dans le Phoenix.
We should build a spaceship. You should build a spaceship. So it's like yeah. But
ouais, il y a un jacuzzi dans le Phoenix.
Cool, it's way cool.
Sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly, so having a dedicated space that's
dialed in.
Aussi,
le frangin, ça fait une plombe qu'on l'a plus.
It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today.
C'est moins loin,
I don't know what. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about the community actually gave us some cool stuff.
Peut-être 2-3 heures de vol.
This was by the Korean community.
Non, c'est moins loin, c'est à 1000 km.
Okay. This was for you.
Il y a 1 heure de vol.
I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move
Le
this
mec
over
avec
here.
une boîte dans ses mains, c'est un
Brian, I'm going to
gros,
hand
ça.
this to you so I don't get out. Absolutely. Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there.
Le mec avec une boîte dans ses mains.
Very nice.
Ouais, à gauche.
Yeah.
Un gros.
Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back because it's fine.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess
And
it up.
then from
Les
Singapore.
Mongols sont toujours une boîte dans leur main.
Really
Quoi.
cool.
Généralement, qui leur appartient
Singapore,
pas. Mais...
and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
All the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
No, just
Clearly.
in the bag, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
It's very cool. So so these things. But anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there you can pull some about if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of star citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I know I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Et une crypto key.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing. I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something. There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget.
Bon, après, à l'époque,
you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback.
C'est vrai que là, je vois le
This is my first basically interaction with community.
C'est vrai que le verre des sables, on a
really
pas entendu parler.
I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. And meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really in terms of
ouais, ils vont nous dire la même chose que l'année dernière. En même temps, tout le monde est d'accord. C'est-à-dire que c'est mieux de les faire en présentiel avec les gens.
When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany,
c'est clair, question ambiance, c'est pour la nuit.
IT in the UK loaded up a van.
Parce que bon, t'as la CitizenCon,
and I remember this van showed up with our PCs or
Cette année,
monitors.
ils ont dit qu'ils pouvaient pas le faire parce qu'ils
like
n'étaient pas
some
sûrs
pens and
qu'ils
pencils
pourraient le
and trash
faire.
cans and a coat
Ce qui est
rack.
compréhensible, mais bon, au final, je pense qu'ils auraient pu
And we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is Star Citizen?
After that, where he basically was working so late, he got locked in Cologne.
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the station, stuff like that. But no,
j'espère surtout qu'ils vont pas prendre le pli et que maintenant ils vont plus que faire ça parce que organiser les trucs en présentiel, c'est une méchante organisation dingue aussi.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Et c'est un méchant budget aussi.
Yeah, he's good.
We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage. And
et plein d'autres emmerdes à gérer qui ne font pas avancer le jeu.
Everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down.
C'est bien aussi.
It was along with a bunch of other crew.
Parce que bon, t'as la partie organisation, mais t'as aussi toute la partie administrative, tu sais, avoir les autorisations.
I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us.
Ouais, mais ça va parce que c'est pas des mecs qui bossent sur le jeu qui font ça. Mais par contre, ceux qui font les présentations et tout, qui viennent à CitizenCon.
The next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, "You took PTO." I told you, I'm like, "You're my hero." You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly.
Bon, j'ai la pluie qui tombe derrière moi. Vous allez peut-être entendre le bordel dès que je me vais parler.
I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later
on. Comme d'hab, la pluie de 11h.
That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation.
Normalement, elle tombe à 7-8h. D'ailleurs, je l'ai pris sur la gueule quand
the most
je
common
rentrais tout à l'heure.
request we get from
Mais il y a aussi
the
celle de
community
11h.
is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work.
Deuxième.
Everything you're about to see can and will
ouais,
change
le deuxième, ça va être
dramatically
plus
from the
à
point
propos
of today
de gameplay.
to the point where it
Design
makes the
brief,
game.
investigation,
But we wanted to open that
ça va être
curtain to the
mission,
earliest
donc,
points,
delivery,
and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, design brief investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
C'est cool. On va voir.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer.
Ah bah oui, c'est bien ce qu'il me semblait que c'était lui, Elliot
Maltby. Talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
Le mec qui nous parlait de la prison et de la
new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief,
bon,
so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
On n'appréhendra plus trop de prendre du crime stat maintenant s'ils vont refaire la prison. C'est des trucs à faire.
So a mission is built out of objective types.
Faut pas finir en prison, c'est pas bien.
And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those.
Ils peuvent nous virer les putains de missions de bounty à 2 balles, là, ça
which
serait
are
bien.
essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of 2 objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's
Et en effet, la prison, c'est pas que c'est pas bien, c'est que c'est buggé.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, you know, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. You know, we're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be
donc a priori ça va être un truc qui va avoir sur les
evidence will really have to be like
sur les crash sites.
C'est
pas mal s'ils mettent plus de missions un peu comme ce qu'il y a à Covalex déjà. C'est sympa la mission de Covalex.
Mission investigation.
Oui, bah ouais, c'est ça dont je pense dont il parle.
Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to break from players
along.
I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right. You might find out.
Ouais, et je pense comme
dans
la mission de Covalex, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a plusieurs fins possibles. Selon ce que tu trouves, tu peux te planter.
Ah ouais? You know, we have to come up with our
ideas, il y a 3 différentes fins.
And then we have to present
je savais pas.
CR, Tony and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with all of our visions.
Je l'avais fait une fois, tu sais, puis je me suis dit, bon, c'est bon, je l'ai fait une fois, je vais pas la refaire, c'est toujours la même chose.
The ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective.
Évidemment, tu peux aller voir une vidéo qui te raconte tout ce qu'il faut faire, mais ce genre de mission-là, justement, le mieux, c'est de les faire soi-même.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with 2. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until 1. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing
Et c'est pareil sur la mission de Covalex, il n'y a pas de marqueur.
Like when they think they have solved.
Il y a juste un marqueur pour aller à Covalex, et après, une fois que tu es dans Covalex, c'est démerde-toi.
And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible
c'est vrai, comme tu disais dans ton intro,
which might still be the wrong answer.
Ce qui est chiant, c'est les missions, tu sais, où le jeu prend les joueurs par la main et puis te dit, ah ben tiens, il y a un marqueur, fais ça, fais ça, fais ça. Je sais pas, c'est un peu chiant. C'est un peu chiant, ça c'est bon.
Bah ouais.
Juste mon avis, mais je trouve ça un peu chiant, c'est à la longue.
Piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it, kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done. So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the highest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
Celle sur les boîtes, quand tu dois faire une delivery, qu'on te dit tiens c'est telle boîte qu'il faut que tu prennes, il faut que tu l'emmènes à tel endroit, je dirais c'est pas trop un problème. Mais par exemple, c'est quand tu descends dans un bunker, il faut que tu butes un mec et genre il y a le marqueur au-dessus de sa tête. Bah non, ce serait bien en fait que tu aies juste les mecs dedans et qu'il y ait plus ou moins un indice qui te dit que ah bah le mec que tu as buté c'est lui quoi. Et après tu peux essayer de buter tous ceux qui sont là ou juste buter celui que tu as besoin de buter et pas les autres quoi. Mais dans ces cas-là, trouver par toi-même lequel c'est quoi. C'est là que c'est dommage les marqueurs. Merci The Outrun pour l'abonnement avec le Prime. Merci à toi.
Ce que tu viens de dire à l'instant, moi j'aimerais bien que ce soit même étendu. Bon, je sais pas comment, je sais même pas si c'est possible de le faire, mais que ce soit étendu aussi aux missions de chasse à la prime PVP, plutôt que d'avoir un code marqueur en permanence au-dessus du bonhomme. Des petits indices, des petits machins, tu vois, il faut chercher un peu comment faire en piraterie en fait, se casser le cul.
After that point, we look at what obstacles we want to put in your way. You know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player
Ils avaient pas fait ça sur Horizon déjà avec les boss Ninetales avec les casques spéciaux et tout ça, non?
Peut-être. Figuring clues out for themselves and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
Quand tu arrives dans un truc comme ça, par exemple, pareil, c'est on te dit pas quelle est la boîte qu'il faut que tu prennes. Quoi. Apparemment, c'est ce qu'ils vont faire. Et t'as plein de caisses et t'en prends une, quoi.
We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking.
C'est bien, ça a l'air d'être ce qu'ils vont faire.
Ouais, pour ça, il faudrait qu'ils sortent, tu sais, un gadget pour scanner les caisses ou. Enfin, je sais pas. Je sais pas trop.
Non, tu trouves des informations qui disent la caisse que tu cherches, c'est celle-là, quoi.
Avec le code marqué sur la caisse et tout ça. Un truc comme ça.
But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
Celui-là était vraiment court, hein. Je pense qu'il va y en avoir des plus longs, genre ceux sur les vaisseaux et tout, ça va être long.
Joining us here and the only constant to follow up on that is
je pense qu'ils vont dévoiler des concepts, peut-être des nouveaux gameplays, qui sait.
And Star Citizen narrative director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good.
These missions, we've got combat missions, we've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Precision Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's, again, we're still trying to figure out, it's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story. And so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying.
Deux autres qui boivent des cocktails derrière en même temps,
a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Really.
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
with the
lead pipe,
with the lead pipe or the rope, you know. So we want to make sure that it feels unique, you know, to the area and interesting. So it's like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting
La partie, tous les mecs qui sont d'abord dans les sièges et après ils vont derrière se taper des cocktails pendant toute la CitizenCon, quoi. Et les deux autres, c'est ceux qui ont commencé les premiers.
And we often refer to the Precision Universe as the
sandbox. Bon, ça c'était cool ce qu'il disait. En effet, c'est donc comme dans Covalex. Dans Covalex, il y a plusieurs fins, je te dis, Flo, en fait. Et en fait, il y a des moments où tu penses que t'as fini, quoi. Et où tu peux rendre la mission, mais en fait, non.
It is our 10th anniversary, so I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories.
Et tu fais pas.
You're looking at me very intently, like, what are you thinking right now? Like, I can't get lost in your eyes. Today.
Covalex, si tu veux, la fin que j'avais eue, parce que j'en avais conclu, c'est la sorcière qui avait rendu le mec complètement bourré pour faire sortir sa caisse en douce. En fait, le mec a fini par faire péter la station.
I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think
je les connais
even
pas.
just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, you know, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go. And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like,
c'est vrai, il a un goût curieux.
It was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, you know, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, you know, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually, it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot. Just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of, you know, there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but
c'est un peu leur private joke
sort of
sur
the theme song of the entire shoot.
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, The New Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then
ça va être
explode
intéressant.
them in a whole new way. So check that out.
À voir.
En tout cas, ça attise ma curiosité.
Ouais, je pense que ça va être les grottes et les bunkers et tout.
Hello,
Je vais lui carotte sa veste.
I'm the art
Lui est
director
cool par
for
contre.
Star Citizen,
Yann
and
Leland.
today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back,
And what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
Je reçois des messages en même temps. Original UG.
Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat. But we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
Mais moi, je sais pas comment il fait pour tout le temps faire les bunkers. Moi, je pourrais
pas. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of
les concept art, ils ont toujours la classe. Il y a des hangars.
This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top.
Dans le lore, je sais plus quelle planète c'est ou quel système c'est. Mais ils t'ont parlé d'une planète où les conditions en surface sont tellement dures que toute la ville est creusée en sous-sol. Je ne sais plus quel système c'est.
A little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, tertiary ways.
Mais ça aurait été cool que ce soit dans
comme tous les trucs Xenon, comme tous les trucs qui sont montrés à la CitizenCon, mais tous quoi, c'est soon PM.
Got the main hangars in the middle and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed through the hangars, they'll be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
Ouais, donc tu auras des trucs
en
surface et des
with
trucs
it being an underground facility,
où en dessous
the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So
on attend toujours qu'ils fassent les gros trucs, les gros bâtiments qu'on avait vus dans la CitizenCon où la démo se passait sur le microtech.
So what we're looking at here is
on n'a jamais eu ça.
Control room idea quite early. What sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now, ultimately, we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit
Ici, celui qui se terminait dans le Carac et justement il terminait sur Pyro.
But it had some pretty interesting. So what we landed
la dernière
on here
CitizenCon en live.
Something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth
Ou le mettre découpé à l'oxycutter, tu sais, les grilles pour rentrer dans les bâtiments, c'est ça, pour s'infiltrer.
In the future, we'll expand out, do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor.
Mais tout ce bordel-là, en fait, c'était l'élévateur. Tu peux carrément... Voilà, tout ça, c'est l'élévateur. Genre, tu peux descendre dans le putain de bunker avec ton centurion.
And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So
ça fait carrément penser à
Akira,
quoi.
Containers will be shipped up and down.
Un élévateur de cette taille.
There could be little
Je sais pas si tu te rappelles, il y a plusieurs années, il y avait une vidéo, tu sais, du pont d'envol du Bengale, où tu voyais justement un élévateur qui ramenait
un rétaliateur.
Un rétaliateur, c'est ça, son pont d'envol.
But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargo's to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces,
non, lui c'est cool. De toute façon, lui c'est toujours cool ce qu'il montre, ce mec-là.
We always kept in
Il
mind
est toujours en train de bosser sur des trucs ultra cool. Quand c'est pas la planète tech,
also,
c'est
as part
ça.
of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player, you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we want to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you kind of see a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from
Je pense que si les mecs ils attaquent, t'as tous les bulkheads qui se ferment quoi. Et après il faut que tu trouves le moyen, je pense, de les ouvrir pour pouvoir progresser plus profondément dans le.
So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like upstreams. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well.
Un truc que j'aimerais bien voir, c'est un espèce de plan en 3D de caisse. Évidemment, c'est des trucs qui font comme avec les bunkers aujourd'hui ou les stations et tout, de manière procédurale. J'aimerais bien voir quelle est la taille de ces machins-là, quoi. Quand ils mettent tous ces trucs-là bout à bout, quelle taille ça fait, quoi. Ouais, s'ils font un serveur Asie, ouais, je vais être assez content, Sordin, c'est clair. Mais j'aimerais bien voir la taille que ça fait, quoi, parce que c'est plus grand que tout ce qu'ils ont fait, ce qu'ils nous montrent là. C'est même plus grand que les villes. C'est plus grand que les bunkers, mais c'est plus grand que les stations. Il y a toutes les pièces là qui nous montrent. Plus les couloirs et tout, c'est plus grand que les stations, c'est plus grand qu'en effet les landing zones, quoi. Quelle taille ça fait exactement?
Ouais, non, mais ça me fait penser à ce qu'ils avaient marqué pour le. Je crois que c'était pour le système mix. Où t'as toute la ville qui est souterraine parce que les conditions en surface sont tellement inhospitalières qu'ils n'ont pas pu faire autrement que tout construire en sous-sol.
Ouais, mais je parle pas de l'or là, j'aimerais juste en fait, tu veux qu'ils montrent un espèce de truc en 3D, comme ils avaient fait par exemple à l'époque où ils ont sorti les nouvelles stations, pour nous montrer la taille que ça fait quand tout est mis bout à bout. C'est ce que je veux dire là.
Ouais, bien sûr.
L'espace de gameplay, quoi. Quelle taille il fait? Parce que là, c'est que des concepts. En même temps, ils en sont peut-être que au concept art.
Non, mais là,
t'inquiète, c'est pas pour 3.18 Xenu. Parce que là, ils nous montrent que des concept art. Donc, ils en sont pas là, quoi. Ils en sont qu'à la phase de concept. Il n'y a même pas de grey box ou de white box, ça nous montrait, quoi.
So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities.
Non, mais c'est des concepts, mais là on a dépassé le stade du bunker qu'on a actuellement, quoi.
Bah non. C'est ça, et pour la 5.0, ouais. Ah non, c'est que des concepts. Donc ça veut dire qu'ils n'ont même pas encore commencé à bosser sur la white box.
And also on here you've got the overseeing executive suite, so it's not just technicians here, but also.
Je pense que s'ils avaient la white box, ils nous montraient la white box. Hein.
And also, as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, you know, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. De toute façon, c'est Road to Pyro, hein, donc a priori, c'est des trucs, je pense, qu'on verra sur Pyro. Oui, je pense qu'ils vont être sur un système modulaire avec ça aussi. Que maintenant, ils ont tendance à tout faire avec un système modulaire. Il y a moyen que ce soit sur Pyro de toute façon, tous les, comment ça s'appelle, tous les panels qui nous montrent, c'est tous Road to Pyro. And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it's been abandoned. This could lead into.
Mais je suis content parce que je m'attendais à voir des trucs sur les grottes là qui nous ont montré je sais pas combien de fois dans ISC. Non, c'est encore un truc.
the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave. There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or, you know, with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also, if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities, right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly
lit. Non, c'est même pas de la white box ou grey box, c'est du concept. C'est du concept en 3D.
That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Ouais, donc non, ça reste... On va avoir les goodies, en 3D, mais ça reste en concept, quoi. Donc, c'est pas prêt de sortir, ça va certainement sortir avec Pyro, donc quand Soon TM. Mais c'est cool en tout cas, putain, c'est immense. Ah ouais, méga élévateur et tout, ouais, tu peux descendre dedans en Nova, c'est clair. Mais après, il faut que tu arrives en FPS pour pouvoir ouvrir ces trucs-là, quoi. Les bulkheads qui sont fermés, je pense que tu dois faut passer par un autre endroit pour les chanter, quoi.
Oh, bah, si tu arrives à descendre en Nova, normalement, les bulkheads...
Bah, c'est vrai que si les bulkheads c'est comme les portes de vaisseau, tu peux les ouvrir juste avec une arme FPS, un railgun. Mais ça m'étonnerait. Il va y avoir plein de passages, plein de recoins, des endroits où tu peux passer en véhicule, des endroits où tu es obligé de passer à pied. Non, ça promet. Ça, c'est cool. Mais comme je disais, lui, il présente toujours des trucs super cool.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland.
Il a changé de veste.
Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it. So that was That was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and you know, we was super happy with
Arena Commander
it. So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, you know, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, you know, that players can go and explore, but you know, whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or, you know, deliver boxes to, like all these elements go into all the design elements, you know, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, you know, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
You know, 3 levels underneath the surface of EVA versus, you know, 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. Correct. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair.
Hi, Mom of Jared.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight Feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Star Citizen complex problem. Most complex problem. Le PVP. Combat.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Donc ouais, c'est les trucs qu'il y a dans Squadron 42 qui doivent venir dans le PU.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be
a big expansive game with
giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different
experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time.
De toute façon, ça va souvent finir comme ça, j'ai l'impression, après, à partir du moment où le rythme et la vulture seront en jeu.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started.
Et Grimex deviendra l'endroit où les vaisseaux viennent mourir.
Mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Yeah, quand tu vois comment les light tanks, du coup,
they're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships, but they're not really good at, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Okay. Speed problem.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to a target are just extremely small.
Elles seront moins longues.
This is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective position maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore, there's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Master modes, okay.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Ouais, ça veut quand même dire des vaisseaux qui vont même pas à Mach 1.
Interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive.
J'ai oublié de regarder.
So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you.
Ce qui m'intéresse de regarder aussi, c'est la signature EM quand tu passes en quantum. T'es à 14 000 là sur un Gladius.
Large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast.
Et si on te balance un missile alors que tu essayes de t'enfuir,
your shields will collapse right
Et ta
away.
signature, elle monte comme ça, quoi.
Swap
Il y a
into
de grandes chances que le
your
missile touche.
weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically, all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat
gros punish si jamais
there's someone
de
else close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing.
Je sais pas si ça sortira pour la 3.18, mais
it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets
Je reviens d'ici 5-10 minutes, à tout à l'heure.
More important,
pas de souci.
And working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
Terminer les
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay
comment ça a vraiment marché.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey.
Une fois que ça va être entre
we've
les mains des
tried many,
joueurs.
many different things over the time to try and really create an experience.
Non mais bonne news
But,
en général.
the
Ils
reality
font des
is, from
progrès,
us,
quoi.
it came down to
Est-ce qu'il faudra qu'ils changent encore d'autres trucs par contre? À voir, mais
for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just, like, it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience.
Des dizaines de milliers de voix hurlées à la mort.
We always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
we finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited.
Ça va surtout être aussi beaucoup plus dur en effet pour se battre tout seul contre plusieurs mecs, quoi, parce que terminer les hop, je me désengage, je recharge le bouclier, je reviens.
Is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, that we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Ouais, ça. Super intéressant aussi.
All right, so I've got, out of everything here, I've got
Quand il picole,
all the chicks on Nyx.
Quand il se la met.
Love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What do you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
An Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is.
Ouais,
my
et des fighters en groupe.
Really? Show the camera.
En effet. Les fighters en groupe. Tout seul, ça va devenir chaud, quoi.
Right. That's
seul va vraiment
Against
falloir
Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again,
Il y en a qui sont super bons. Il y a des as. Hein.
John,
de toute façon, comme dans tous les jeux, il y a toujours des as.
Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this
plus
BS,
au niveau
or do we actually have it?
Du niveau médian, quoi.
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do one questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. Yeah. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away.
En fait.
And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit of it later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Ouais, comme d'habitude, il faut qu'ils fassent tout sur leur contenu, et comme il y a plus de 100 vaisseaux sur le PU...
You think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
Qu'ils fassent ça pour tous les
We
vaisseaux.
have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development, then constant is change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera. To my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right, so we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing, Lorville.
Il va y avoir une démo dont ils nous ont pas parlé qui va durer 3 heures.
Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Horizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
Mais je pense qu'il va y avoir un truc à la fin qu'ils n'ont pas.
My name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen. And today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was
lui, je me rappelle, c'est celui qui avait bossé sur la première Lorville.
It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed more techniques and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back
ils ont enchaîné sur quoi?
Ils sont en train de parler du rework de Lorville.
D'accord, ok.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0.
Putain, lui, son accent, il est horrible, quoi. Il est pas vraiment anglais, il est pas vraiment français, quoi.
When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city.
Comme il me le dit si bien au boulot, you speak English.
Of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale.
Ça, c'est cool.
We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is the main unit I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well, to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details,
le bâtiment de Lorville est plus petit.
And to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was
de nouveau Derko au bout de sa vie, là, lui aussi il adore Lorville, il est comme moi pour ça.
Speechless concept.
Vraiment Blade Runner là.
To
pour la classe.
The people involved in that, and they make sure they
Bah, quelque part, le grand bâtiment, là, alors oui, il faudrait pas qu'il le rapetississe parce que du coup, le bâtiment, tu sais, ça donne une impression, tu sais, un peu d'oppression, tu sais, ce qui est un peu l'esprit général de Hearthstone.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful
Ouais,
images
mais je
there,
pense
and
qu'il
we
est
had a
trop
lot
grand
of fun
à l'heure
internally
actuelle.
developing
Il faudrait qu'il le rapetisse un peu,
Now,
sans
we're
dire
not
qu'il
just
fasse la même
in
taille que les
concept
autres, mais il
development,
faudrait qu'il le
we've
rapetisse.
actually just
C'est
passed our white
trop
box
abusé, le machin il fait
milestone
10 km
internally,
de
so
haut.
we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen.
Bonjour.
À toute la communauté, en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Ok, donc ils sont en train de construire.
Concept's done. It's time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance,
Peut-être que le bâtiment principal, le monolithe, fait toujours la même taille, mais dans ces cas-là, ça va être parce que c'est les autres bâtiments qui sont beaucoup plus gros. Et donc ça donne cette impression de réduire l'échelle.
This and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates.
J'espère qu'il y aura plus de zones aussi où on peut se balader, du coup,
moving
s'ils
them
font
out.
vraiment
And so,
un tel rework
throughout
dessus.
these tests, we've built the city.
Bah, d'ailleurs, moi je serais curieux de me balader dans le grand bâtiment là, tu sais, à monter dans les étages.
Ouais. Bah, même se poser au-dessus et tu peux prendre un. Ce qui serait bien, c'est se poser au-dessus et prendre un ascenseur pour descendre au CBD.
Suivant la réputation et tout ça et tout ça.
Get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable
En plus, j'ai déjà regardé
city.
par curiosité, t'as des plateformes énormes là-haut sur ce bâtiment.
Oui, carrément. Il y a carrément la place de mettre des hangars et tout. Hein. Le truc est tellement grand que tu as moyen de mettre un astroport au-dessus. Ah, et ils vont aussi virer la putain de... Enfin, à voir ça. Est-ce qu'ils vont enlever la no-fly zone?
Eh ben ça, ce serait cool.
Carrément, ce serait cool.
Parce que leur pilote automatique de merde qui me jette contre un bâtiment, j'en ai marre.
And the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like
ils commencent la gray box,
Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them.
Ça en effet, c'est l'équipe de Montréal qui bosse sur les environnements. Les mecs qui ont fait les crash sites, qui sont en train de finir les crash sites, qui ont fait les trucs du reclaimer et tout. C'est eux qui bossent là-dessus.
On rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the
landing
places
pads
where
sur les
the players will
rooftops,
be able to
comme
land.
à Area
These will eventually
18.
connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville
tu peux
will be
connecter
ready
vers
for those interiors.
les espaces
We
intérieurs mais
started
qui vont
as
être
a
faits
team of
plus tard.
two artists
Alors ça, les espaces
working
intérieurs qui vont
on
être faits plus
Lorville,
tard,
and
ils en
now
parlent
we're
depuis Area
five.
18, donc
And we could even
encore un
be
soon
like
TM. Quoi.
more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's going to make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing
de toute façon, oui, à chaque fois qu'ils ressortent un nouveau truc, c'est le dernier.
Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today.
Salut, Nox.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Franchement, vous y passez beaucoup de temps dans les grandes villes. Je trouve ça chiant de devoir courir pendant des minutes juste pour acheter un truc. Non, moi, ça me dérange pas, ça. Ça me dérange pas trop. Ce qu'il faut, c'est que ce soit pas tout le temps, en fait. À l'époque où on spawnait forcément sur les grandes villes, c'était chiant, mais maintenant qu'il y a moyen de respawn et de spawner sur les stations, c'est moins emmerdant. Moi, ça m'emmerde moins de descendre. Et une fois de temps en temps, quoi. Ah ouais, putain.
Bah après, ceci dit, moi, c'est... bon, leur vie, je prends toujours cette base-là, tu sais, comme base de départ après chaque wipe.
Oui, c'est ça. On commence...
Mais c'est très très rare que je retourne en surface après.
Oui, moi aussi, c'est rare. Mais j'aime bien quand j'y vais et que c'est cool, quoi. Il va falloir qu'ils refassent un spatioport plus grand, par contre, s'ils refont la ville. Après, il y aura moyen, en effet, de se poser sur les... Il y aura moyen de se poser sur les tours, comme ils disent. Mais faut qu'ils fassent un spatioport plus grand parce que il faut plus d'endroits où tout le monde puisse se poser. On a l'impression qu'il y avait plus de hangars. Le problème, c'est qu'on n'a rien à faire. Ouais, il y a moins de gameplay, ouais. Il y a moins de gameplay là-bas.
Egregious no-fly zone. And you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And
no fly zone, donc, ouais.
No fly zones. They were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage.
C'est vrai qu'en parlant de no-fly zone, je crois le truc le plus barré que j'avais vu, je crois que c'était la communauté Rada qui avait foutu un astéroïde dans un 890 et qui l'avait balancé sur Central Plaza à Hardcore.
Ouais, mais ça arrive une fois. Les mecs qui se crachent dans les immeubles, ça arrive une fois tous les 36 mois. Donc, vous en voyez souvent, vous, des mecs qui se crachent ou qui essayent de se cracher dans le train de Microtech, par exemple. Moi, j'ai jamais vu ça.
Weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like,
je pense que c'est ça dont ils avaient peur au début, et puis en fait, on voit qu'à l'usage, oui, évidemment, t'as toujours des trolls, parce que c'est marrant, en effet, tu fais ça les 3 premières semaines, et puis après, c'est bon,
like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary. We were talking about how games are developed.
C'est ça, quoi, c'est ça.
We've gone
Et
through
donc,
the
t'as personne
pipeline a
qui
number of
fout
times, from
plus la merde
White
que
Box to
ça à
Grey
EVA
Box.
Tier
Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Tu sais, leur argument de supprimer les phases à l'extérieur des stations parce que les gens qui rament et tout ça, moi je me suis jamais fait ramer sur un pad.
Non, moi non plus. En effet, ça existe, mais ça restera.
I'm thinking more like first pass art, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but greyboxing is terminology.
D'autant plus qu'il y a plus de trucs à faire dans le jeu. À l'époque où il n'y avait rien à foutre et tu avais juste Pyrolyzar, en effet, il y avait plein de mecs qui s'amusaient à défoncer les chips à Pyrolyzar. Bah ouais, mais en même temps, tu avais fait le tour du gameplay du jeu en 5 minutes. Donc qu'est-ce que tu faisais? Après, tu revenais à Pyrolyzar et tu faisais de la merde. Avec aujourd'hui, où tu peux faire quand même un certain nombre de choses dans le jeu, il y a beaucoup moins de gens qui prennent à Pyrolyzar juste dans le but de faire des padrames. Et donc, c'est devenu rare. Ça arrive, mais c'est devenu super rare.
Hints. Les dernières fois que je suis allé à Pyrolyzar, j'ai vu personne.
But there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux, just another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's going to
j'ai pas besoin de vous donner des idées
in the pipeline being developed now
pour que vous en ayez des idées.
4.1, 4.2, 4.3,
genre ça va être de ma
so
faute.
Forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contest, our partners at JR Design and Fabrication create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here, the wonderful star kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my star kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's
Star
face.
kitten dragonfly.
Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like?
I thought about tasting it. But
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now.
Ça va être intéressant aussi. Dan Truffin.
Scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite.
Ça va être bien. Ça va être sur la gestion du.
I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make the audio guy. I was holding it in my hand because I got up.
Donc ça va être la gestion des réparations et tout ça.
Non, gestion de l'énergie. Dans le vaisseau. Mais également réparation, c'est un truc que Dan Truffin nous a déjà montré dans un ISC. Genre les relais d'énergie et tout ça que tu peux couper, que tu peux réparer.
Was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
Voilà, surtout sur les gros vaisseaux. Ça marchera aussi sur les petits, mais sur les petits, tu peux pas faire des réparations en même temps que tu
pilotes. Run down and put out a fire, and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this.
Vu ce qu'il dit, apparemment, non, il y a aussi en effet de la
réparation. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project. First as a backer until I came in to do this.
Je sais pas à quel point ça va être poussé, mais ça veut dire que un bon ingénieur, il va devoir connaître son type de vaisseau sur le bout des doigts.
On our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system.
Et depuis, ils ont mis les feux, ces trucs-là.
The last big hurdle to
je me rappelle, ils avaient fait tout un schéma, tu sais, sur le Hammerhead et tout ça.
Ouais, c'était sur le Hammerhead, ouais.
Eyes forward and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
Il y a une boîte Energy Access qui a popé sur ton cutie, d'accord.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers
Ça
of
fait
certain
longtemps qu'ils en ont
platforms
parlé,
there,
donc c'est
and we
peut-être
can
beaucoup
introduce
plus
some
proche que ce
interesting
qu'on
gameplay that
pense.
facilitates these functionalities.
Resource
À voir
management
si on
is
va
going to
avoir
open up
des indices
the
sur quand ça
possibility
arrive.
of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in
Bah, tout
space,
ce que
where
j'avais
the player
reçu
will have
concernant
to
ce
manage
sujet-là, c'était
resources,
déjà la
bring
gestion
in
des
fuel,
incendies,
do
la gestion de la
repairs,
gravité,
and
la
this
gestion
will
des
not
systèmes de
be
survie et
something
tout
that
ça et tout
only
ça.
caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is
Plus les
valuable
relais
for
énergétiques et
everyone
tout ce
in
qui
the
va
world of
avec.
Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew.
Gros morceau encore. Oh. Moi aussi j'ai.
And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use the ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but
à chaque fois qu'ils font un nouveau truc, il faut qu'ils refassent sur tous les vaisseaux. C'est ça qui prend beaucoup de temps dans les jeux en alpha. Ou parce qu'en fait, ils ajoutent du contenu alors que tout n'est pas prêt. Donc après, il faut qu'ils refassent pour tout le contenu à chaque fois.
Life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources.
La dernière fois, ils nous avaient montré que le power energy.
Overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now.
C'est là que tu comprends que les gens qui ont acheté un Idris ou bien un Kraken, tu sais, pour jouer tout seul, ils vont être mal barrés.
Discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it. Meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items.
Ouais, ça veut aussi dire enfin les composants physicalisés.
Depending on their income. It will be able to control
qu'attendent
which
ce truc-là, quoi, parce que les composants physicalisés sans ce truc-là, ça sert à rien.
Either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various
ça fait super longtemps qu'ils nous montrent ces trucs-là.
To that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, you have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. Cool. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that
si
you
t'as des vaisseaux sans gravité, ça va être drôle.
Already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear
ah ouais,
by
en
now,
mode combat, si t'as besoin d'énergie et tout, paf, t'enlèves la gravité, quoi. Parce qu'il faut envoyer l'énergie ailleurs. Il y en a pas pour tout, il y en a pas pour tout,
what everyone would like to know is where are we with all of this right now?
Ah bah voilà, ça c'est ce qu'on veut savoir. Où est-ce que vous en êtes avec tout ça?
Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With the power system,
vraiment curieux de voir
power items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
Ah ouais, c'est encore plus large que ce qu'il nous avait montré dans l'ISC à une époque.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate,
venting, tu ouvres la porte. C'est un peu rapide pour suffoquer, quoi. C'est un work in progress, c'est pas grave.
fire expulsion.
Ah merde, putain! Moi aussi, ça se met à merdouiller là.
Non, mais moi aussi, le lecteur a craché ici sur Twitch.
What the fuck? Ah non, c'est bon. Ils nous mettent une pub en fait.
Erreur 30K.
Quoi?
Erreur 30K, non, je déconne. Quoi ça?
De quoi?
Bah je sais pas, moi je vois un mec qui se tient,
ah toi aussi?
la tête avec... Ouais, un mec qui se tient la tête avec deux mains et puis une icône avec caméra,
moi aussi.
Caméra barrée.
Les sous-titres en taille, ouais.
Erreur 30K.
Ouais, on dirait qu'il y a une erreur 30K à la CitizenCon et ouais.
Ah non, c'est revenu.
Ah ouais.
Making new players suffocate.
Making players suffocate, moi j'ai jamais vu de mec sans casque à l'intérieur des vaisseaux. Le peu de vaisseaux que j'ai abordé,
ouais,
j'ai jamais
mais
vu
je
des
pense
mecs sans casque.
mais je pense que tout d'un coup, tu vas plus pouvoir te balader dans les vaisseaux forcément avec un casque. Entre autres, quand t'es le pilote ou quand t'es à une tourelle ou un truc comme ça, tu pourras plus forcément être en armure. Je pense que ça va être prévu avec.
C'est très intelligent.
Bah ouais, mais si t'as encore des mecs vivants à l'intérieur qui n'ont pas leur casque, ils sont dans la merde.
And making players suffocate again.
Ah ouais. Ça a ventilé tout le vaisseau. Quand tu ouvres maintenant les portes du vaisseau. Ah, gravity control, ça putain. Ça va être drôle.
T'as tout le monde qui va s'envoler.
Bah ouais, carrément.
Et là, il saute, il est sur la lune, le mec. Là, il va se coller au plafond normal.
Parce que c'est ce qu'il a dit, hein, en plus. Ça va être sur les avant-postes, sur les stations. Sur tout, quoi. Pas que sur les vaisseaux.
Je crois que la piraterie va vraiment devenir fun.
Ouais. Et là, il n'y a plus de bouclier à l'arrière.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
Ça, c'est cool.
We started talking about resource management about
Comme tu disais, sur Hero, les vaisseaux, les plus gros vaisseaux vont devenir meilleurs en combat, mais il va falloir réussir à les garder en capacité de combat. Donc terminer tout seul dans son constellation. Enfin, c'est pas possible, mais en combat, c'est chaud, quoi.
It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature
en effet, il faudra un full
that
crew,
will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to
En fait, tu vas avoir besoin d'un ou deux mecs entièrement dédiés à la gestion des systèmes du vaisseau.
Finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players.
Il y a quelqu'un que tu connais sur le chat de Star Citizen.
Every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress and have a nice
Il y a beaucoup de choses qui se passent sur le chat de Star Citizen. 26 000.
L'abuse. Dirkomai 22 qui ça, Baron je le connais, mais l'autre.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this?
This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. You know, so like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Bah, je pense qu'on va même dépasser largement Sea of Thieves à ce niveau-là. Ça va être beaucoup plus compliqué même que ce que tu fais dans Sea of Thieves, qui est juste préparer il faut charger les canons, machin truc.
It's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. You know, like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make imagine Siege of
Horizon, but being able to actually assault the platforms. Pour le Polaris, déjà, tu as besoin de gens, tu sais, pour s'occuper des torpilles.
Inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So, what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hull, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, you know, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginting to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes.
Donner les rôles, surtout sur les petits vaisseaux, genre un Outlaw, si t'as pas.
I think people know I don't generally hype.
Peut-être que
I'm usually the guy sitting here. It's like, don't hype. You know, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. All right, so we've ping-ponged from the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left.
On n'avait même pas fini, je suis déjà largement satisfait sur la même hype. Ouais, non, il y a plein de trucs super bien qui arrivent en ce moment.
Celebration of vehicles.
Et je pense qu'ils nous ont caché un truc, hein, parce que vu l'heure qu'il est...
coming straight to flyable things, something in the middle.
Là, en effet, on va avoir les véhicules. Talking Ship, on est au dernier, quoi.
And Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them
Donc,
take it away.
Est-ce qu'il y a un truc planqué derrière? Parce que là, c'est 2h30.
On est déjà à la fin?
Ouais, bah ouais, on est déjà... Là, c'est le dernier panel. Même s'il fait une demi-heure parce que c'est les vaisseaux et que a priori, ils vont certainement parler longtemps parce que les vaisseaux, c'est toujours un peu long.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year, I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, vehicle art director, and Paul Jones, concept art director. And this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the PK Ship or Vehicle Concept Series.
Tout début, j'arrête écrit, ça avait un sale sourire malicieux comme s'il avait un truc à nous dire. Non, mais ça m'étonne qu'il n'y ait pas de gameplay.
Ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel.
C'est un Cutlass Crusader, ok.
Those are all similar-sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility. over those other variants. We have 3 variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of l'inferno sert à rien, quoi. L'inferno, il est nul.
Is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it, like the tank.
Il y a que des concept art encore sur celui-là. Il est pas fly ready.
With the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged in 2 vertical gravity-dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the 2.
Non, il en a 10, mais ça doit pas être détail 10.
Each side of you, and you'll be able to see them.
Version Black and Bone, ouais. Il a clairement de la gueule, c'est clair.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out, and you know, doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style.
Bon, bah par contre, ce soir, je sais pas si on a 3.18, mais je pense que Star Citizen atteint les 600 millions.
On what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels, and so you know we really wanted to sort of have that.
Encore passer les stades supérieurs en conciergerie. Ouais,
obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module. You've got lockers, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into 2 elevators,
ah, ils savent y faire, hein.
left or right,
yeah.
and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse. In something that I think
celui-là a une tourelle au-dessus, mais il a pas d'armes sur les côtés.
We also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the
tu vois, si je devais choisir un des 3, ce serait le premier.
Ouais, moi aussi. Ouais. Le bomber, ça m'intéresse pas. Bah pour la contrebande. Avec j'ai le Star Runner pour la contrebande, mais le Star Runner il fait aussi les informations. J'ai pas bien entendu exactement combien de SCU il avait, faudrait que je remette.
48.
Ouais, c'est 2 fois moins que le Star Runner.
I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you actually have the cockpit or the bridge.
Oui, c'est ce qu'ils ont dit au début, c'est clairement le Cutlass ou Freelancer de
co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access.
Ouais, c'est ça, seulement 2 plus que le Cutlass. Mais faut voir.
Faut
voir à quelle échelle tu veux faire de la contrebande.
Between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this.
Ah, mais après le Cutlass, il est inimitable.
From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
Aha!
Donc ouais, là il vient de dire c'était au début du pipeline.
Il est en concept. Important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the constellation, the 600i, as the competitors. And what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a
vaisseau d'exploration.
Medium, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got a crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back up and running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting
un gros crew pour celui-là. Toutes les tourelles qu'il y a et tout.
I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique.
Surtout, je sais pas quel genre d'exploration tu veux faire avec autant d'armement.
This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final.
Mais ça, c'est un vaisseau sur lequel j'attends vraiment de voir les stats, en fait.
Kind of properly happy, but it's in a good place, so I'm really excited to be able to show you.
Autant j'attends le mien avec impatience, mais j'attends les stats aussi avec impatience.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section.
C'est ça.
It's you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility.
C'est pas un shield, c'est pas un shield taille 3. C'est des shield taille 2 seulement par rapport aux constellations. Donc ouais, il est comme le Cutty quoi. Il est plus squishy que le Freelancer. Là lui il va être plus squishy que le comment ça s'appelle, que le Constellation avec son taille 3.
Question bête, qu'est-ce que tu appelles squishy?
Squishy veut dire, oui, c'est de l'anglais, veut dire plus fragile.
D'accord, ok.
Bah ouais, c'est pas le mot.
Merci.
Sony, bah ouais, c'est vrai. Il a que des boucliers taille 2. Sony, c'est taille 3.
They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way you're now looking.
J'imagine qu'il y en aura deux. J'imagine qu'il y aura au moins 2 boucliers taille 2.
Especially forward firing, which again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed.
Bah c'est ça, mais c'est ça que j'aime bien dans les vaisseaux Drake, c'est cet esprit-là.
The main habitation area though is if anything,
ça, c'est full firepower, mais à poil. Ah, mais des fois dans le Cutty, c'est chiant. Franchement, c'est chaud avec juste le bouclier de taille 2.
Which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space. with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a quick space walk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift and out you go.
Ils font enfin des trucs comme ça, ils ont enfin
compris.
You
have the main cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and down.
Et j'allais dire, ouais, la porte sur le côté, c'est bien ça pour les abordages en EVA.
Being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it.
C'est vachement mieux que sur les vaisseaux qui ont juste un ascenseur. Bon là, en plus, il y a aussi la rampe à l'arrière. Mais...
certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie, and you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline. We have the
version de l'Atlas, non?
Il sort pour les ventes anniversaires.
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Grey Cat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So
c'est vrai qu'avec le Cavalry Packer, je m'attendais à des véhicules, tu sais, avec des plateaux ou des trucs de chargement, des trucs comme ça.
As you see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. So all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground.
La seule différence avec le Cyclone, je pense, Cirero, c'est dans quel vaisseau tu peux le mettre.
Cargo space in the back, so if you are out there doing missions,
parce qu'il est plus petit,
rather than having to fly your ships directly
puis tu vois par rapport à l'autre, tu peux mettre des trucs dedans.
Slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is a lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
D'accord, celui-là il est
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
Ok. C'est la fin, c'était le dernier panel.
All right, so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertsspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 EVA, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people will get to see it in 3.18. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste. What
when you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. That sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen.
Starliner,
every man and a donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept. And we planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat in the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Minor from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version, let's do a utility version, and so we've got those 3 together now that you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then
small thing, ça va être le truc sur Squadron 42 qui a été leaks.
I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the Outlaw Lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready, we're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Et voilà. C'était pas sur le programme. C'est pas dans le programme. Bah oui.
Oh
oh oh. Les gangs de Pierrot. C'est Xénon qui avait raison. Des vieux mecs cryogénisés, quoi. Depuis je sais pas combien de temps.
Je sais pas ce que le javelin il fout là, mais...
Ouais, c'est clair. Bah, c'est un des javelins de Xenos Threat. T'as vu le nombre d'Idris qu'ils ont? Je pense qu'ils ont aussi des javelins. Hein.
Ouais, y a des chances. Gros javelin avec la tête de mort dessus.
Beaucoup de goodies cette année. Ils ont beaucoup de choses à montrer, quoi. Ils ont travaillé sur beaucoup de choses. Aussi bien du visuel que des grosses mécaniques et tout, quoi. Ambiance de ouf, c'est clair. C'est là que je veux habiter. Alors c'est ça la maison, ouais, bah ouais, c'est ça la maison. Arena. Rough and ready.
Ça c'est le genre d'endroit où tu vois des mecs morts, tu sais, dans l'escalier, et puis les gens qui passent par-dessus, l'air de rien, qui s'en foutent complètement.
Ah bah ouais. Non mais Grimex et Ninter, petit joueur à côté. Pyro, ça va être la voix. Aucun comme arrêt dans tout le Pyro. Je pense pas qu'il y ait de comme arrêt nulle part. Hein. Comme arrêt de quoi? C'est qui la sécurité? De toute façon, si tu fais une connerie, qui c'est qui vient t'emmerder?
À la limite, peut-être le gang rival.
Ouais, c'est ça, non, mais des réputations avec des gangs, oui, mais t'as pas de mecs qui disent...
Ouais, t'auras pas d'autorité qui va se pointer.
C'est clair. C'est clair.
Outlaw Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
Very really happy. I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day.
On aura une base par la suite dans chaque système. Non, ça dépend.
Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they want to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really
Depuis le temps qu'il prépare, Cirero, il va être balèze sur
impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're
Donc c'est ça le leak.
Close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, you know, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, you know, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, you know, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, you know, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, you know, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, you know, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think, you know, fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that before we were developing sort of features in isolation, they sort of went into try to get used to Squadron.
Chez eux, c'est pas en direct.
They weren't really developed iteratively with content. So that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases that sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's, like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, you know, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, you know, we have some core areas, what we call the, you know, the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the you know, players moving around on foot, you know, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which, you know, like John Crew heads up, but you know, the whole vehicle systems, and you know, you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the hood, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the hood and the MFDs that's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands, we can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it.
Non, mais c'est ça qui est intéressant aussi, c'est qu'en effet, ils sont en train d'arriver avec à avoir plein de features qui commencent à se mettre les unes avec les autres et vraiment faire un truc qui généralement est le signe de quand ils commencent à arriver sur la fin du développement.
Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot.
Some of the things
will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already showed at one location.
So you guys ready to listen to preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things. And we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things like the props are interactive. You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe that you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way,
je comprends pas trop pourquoi il parle de ça parce qu'à la base il parlait du radar FPS.
Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system.
Ça va être chaud sur les MFD par contre.
It's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we call like a charge scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there, okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, that's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships, as at FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show some videos of those?
So I understand we have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described as radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now,
continue à y avoir je comprends pas trop ce qu'il a expliqué sur le
but you will also have more detailed
interaction mode, parce que là on a vu pour ouvrir la porte, il continue à avoir l'interaction mode.
So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. But you're getting confidence of, oh cool, I can grab.
Je pense qu'il va falloir qu'il le garde l'interaction mode, parce que en effet sur les MFD, comme les trucs de porte ou même les MFD de vaisseau et tout, c'est compliqué sans l'interaction mode.
You've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have.
En effet, pour les objets, juste pour pouvoir prendre ou interagir avec le trolley ou les qu'on s'appelle les brancards de la mort de Remax.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like, Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You look around, you look around.
Ils font un menu radiant, ce qui est généralement mieux pour les gens qui utilisent des.
So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F. Move your mouse
il va sortir sur console en fait.
We'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want. But the idea is I just play around. If I'm used to playing games a certain way, so there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse, because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You can look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing, in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go in and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be stored, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure.
Play it when
yeah, play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy. And if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful. Yeah, having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
You can bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll up.
Le problème que j'ai avec ça, c'est que t'as envie de dire, si toi tu peux faire ça, pourquoi les mecs qui gardent un endroit, ils sont pas en train de scanner tout le temps aussi pour voir qu'il y a un type en train de...
Essentially, what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now, these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with?
La réponse à quoi?
The second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of the two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. And it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. You already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over, or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. Even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work.
Un casque dubstep noir
rouge. Oui,
je l'ai déjà vu sur Star Marine.
Traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or there's a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, we've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
the
block out. But
we
have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. If you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously
donc c'est pour pouvoir se raccrocher.
But you can see here that, as Chris said,
the
the level of inertia is still block-out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault.
Right there, we did a jump halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow. We got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah, so
we're gonna find an elevator.
the true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block-out animations. I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
What? Ça c'est l'intérieur des bunkers ou quoi?
But the other thing as well.
Back to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders,
Salut Amzia.
The ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken a deep
ouais, il y avait
dive
des trucs bien.
on
Il y avait des
things
trucs bien. Je te
like
conseille de regarder les.
So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down Shift and left mouse button. And then now,
arrive vraiment à la fin parce que je crois qu'ils vont nous montrer un truc sur Squadron et après ça sera fini. Là, ils sont en train de discuter sur des features sur lesquelles ils bossent sur Squadron et qui après devraient venir dans le
matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. It's something that we're really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction.
C'est vrai qu'il y a tout ça aussi en plus. J'imagine.
Probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. For instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of
FPS,
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are. And when Chris says push-pull, he means zero-G push-pull, not trolley push-pull.
But we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA Tier.2 and zero-G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left. Your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change.
Ça c'est cool de mettre le verre obligatoirement en decouple, quoi.
You push that way, and the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
Even, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA Tier.2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're
Ça marche avec Toby, si tu fermes ton œil gauche, tu tires.
EVA as part of its setup is not every space suit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can
ce serait cool, ça,
or change your direction.
Un truc comme ça avec Toby, et en fait quand tu fermes ton œil gauche ou ton droit, c'est toi qui choisis selon quel est ton œil directeur, tu passes en visée, quoi.
A boarding action or something, maybe you need a space suit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space in your space suit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there.
Laquelle?
That says,
celle où tout le monde n'est pas en armure dans les vaisseaux, forcément.
In a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor.
Voilà, tu ne pourras pas par exemple être dans le siège d'un chasseur et tout en armure.
You come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial, maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU.
Mais quelque part, c'est pas plus mal et c'est logique. Tu peux pas demander à un pilote de chasse d'être fringué comme un fantassin lourd.
Oui, bien sûr, bien sûr.
C'est
prévu depuis le début, quoi. Mais je pense que encore un truc qui va arriver. Encore un truc qui va arriver parce que ça va pas être un gros problème à coder et à implémenter.
And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can see.
Let's
take a look at the video. See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go,
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here. Is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because.
Yeah, it's decoupled. The old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have as a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go, here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's
moi je comprends pas trop parce que là normalement tu donnes une bonne impulsion avec les bras contre la surface en bas et tu devrais avancer sans
so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of you're just floating alongside the actual this fin of this Asiata station, and this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal where you've got jumping.
Mais ça c'est super cool en effet que tu restes en decouple et tout, donc une fois que tu as donné une impulsion, tu peux freiner et tout parce que tu as des thrusters, mais
So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers
après
to
toutes les
build
undersuits en ont des thrusters, mais t'auras plus une comment ça s'appelle.
Both small scale.
So yeah, here's I mean we were before in first person looking around, but
je pense qu'en fait ouais avec le push and pull on va avoir sur les mains on va avoir des trucs qui magnétiques ou quelque chose. Que là tu vois vraiment le mec qui colle quoi. C'est tout con en effet, c'est genre un truc magnétique.
Yeah, you have a lot more.
Parce que ouais, les thrusters, en fait, on va avoir une réserve.
Directional sense.
Et il y a les MacBooks aussi. Mais en effet, s'ils le font comme ça, avant ils parlaient des MacBooks, mais en effet, si tu le fais comme ça en EVA, c'est mieux. En EVA, t'es mieux d'avoir des Mac Hands que des MacBoots, quoi. Les MacBoots, c'est n'importe quoi. Tu veux faire comment quand t'as pas de, quand il n'y a pas de gravité pour te mettre sur tes pieds. Bah non, ouais, t'es à quatre pattes sur les mains et c'est mieux d'avoir des Grave Hands que des Grave Boots. Les Grave Boots, ça sert à rien.
Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass.
Les combats en EVA, les avantages, ouais, carrément, ça va être cool.
Like systemic, that's not marked up or anything. It's all raycasting, seeing of things. You brace yourself when you come up against. Hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this. But it's not just for Squadron, it's going to.
En effet, en EVA, le mec il ressemble à ça. Qu'est-ce que tu veux qu'il utilise des Grave Boots quoi. Le mec en effet il se. Bien sur les mains.
Scan, but the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic.
Ah c'est cool, là t'as vraiment l'impression que le mec il vole plus que ce qu'on a aujourd'hui. Il est plus ou moins.
You can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA. Has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal, or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door, and it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of.
Les pistolets vont devenir intéressants en EVA.
We have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like.
L'espace c'est un peu comme sous l'eau au final. Et si t'es sous l'eau, tu utilises tes mains.
Asteroid bases kind of things.
T'es pas sur tes pieds. Sauf les scaphandriers, mais sous l'eau il y a un fond. Dans l'espace il y a pas.
We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent. That's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work,
Mais en effet, en EVA, ouais, une arme de poing avec une main pour avoir l'autre de libre.
We did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them?
C'était un truc à deux mains là,
and we were playing it and playing it. It doesn't feel right. And now you can just you know it.
T'es obligé de la mettre dans ton dos, mais tu peux pas l'avoir dans ta main si t'en as besoin tout de suite.
And you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things, and so yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we're recording as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks.
Mais les armures de Star Citizen, c'est pas des power armor.
Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I saw the Reddit thread saying, why doesn't someone do a hover trolley? Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing
chaque fois que tu utilises une arme, tu vas partir dans le sens opposé à la direction du tir.
Really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys.
Sauf avec une arme à énergie.
I mean, just like in the real world, right?
Il devrait pas y avoir de recul avec les armes à énergie.
And all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world.
Qui les rendrait intéressantes en EVA.
It sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because.
Bah mais Carna, non, si Carna sur pareil, c'est deux mains.
Bigger
Donc là, il te faut un truc à une main.
Containers, right? Ones you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where, you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev, it would come up, and then, now you can push around, a huge container. Right. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you
Soon
to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around. But
je sais pas s'ils font ça cette année, mais les Mongrels l'année dernière, ils avaient un jeu, à chaque fois qu'ils disaient Soon TM, fallait boire un shot. Et genre, il y en a qui ont terminé CitizenCon complètement bourré.
Now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like.
Parce qu'il n'y avait pas que Soon TM, il y avait aussi d'autres trucs, quoi. Je sais plus quoi, il y avait Soon TM, attends, il y avait quoi d'autre? Il y avait plein de conneries d'expressions que CIG dit tout le temps, quoi. Si c'est suffisamment proche, là, il a pas dit Soon TM, évidemment, mais c'est ce qu'il voulait dire, quoi. Et ils arrêtaient pas de se taper des shots.
Where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something, and I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, now I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case, so that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's play the video there, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it.
Donc ils sont stylés les cercueils du futur.
C'est clair. C'est un pod de slaver.
Merde. By the way, the new interaction system's not working.
D'esclavagiste.
Demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads.
But
this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo.
Parce que surtout vu que sur leur niveau, il y a toujours je sais pas combien de milliards de marches, c'est ce qu'on a vu aussi là dans le bunker qui nous montrait, t'as des escaliers partout.
Les
trolley normaux, c'est juste même pas la peine.
So this gives us the ability to do that and like
les escaliers avec des trucs avec des roues, c'est compliqué.
Than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Je reconnais qu'ils vont me voir là-dedans.
Yeah, I mean this happens to be just a slaver pod.
Je reconnais aussi.
You'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lever equipped and has
le problème, c'est que c'est eux qui vont
device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology, so the same.
Ça fait là, il va descendre la rampe. Est-ce que attends, c'est quoi? C'est un escalier sur sa droite là pour aller jusqu'au copy? Parce que je pense qu'il va nous emmener jusqu'au copy.
When you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to, reliably
puis il leur faut ça aussi pour les NPC. Non, mais déjà, nous déjà les joueurs, comme on galère avec les trolley à roues. Et imagine quand il va falloir qu'ils mettent les NPC qui t'aident à remplir le vaisseau avec les trolley à roues. C'est pas possible, quoi. C'est simplement pas possible. Pour notre système.
Je sais pas pourquoi, je sais pas combien de gens qui vont se faire tuer par le trolley anti-gravité là dans les escaliers, je sais pas pourquoi.
Oui, bah ça sera bugué au début comme d'hab.
Let's move up into spaceships because spaceships are a big part of the experience. We just had earlier in the day we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42 and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction, and you know, I need to know my ammo, and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road. Is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal, and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat. If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiative on the.
C'est pas mal s'ils changent les MFD automatiquement en fonction du mode dans lequel, surtout pour les vaisseaux justement sur lesquels t'as que 2 MFD, comme le Scorpius par exemple. Bah ouais, t'as pas forcément besoin des mêmes trucs quand t'es en fantôme et quand t'es en combat, quoi.
Move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD.
Là, il parlait tu vois, il parlait du HUD, déjà qu'ils enlèvent les icônes de tourelles des stations, déjà du HUD, déjà ça encombrera moins le truc déjà.
Et
puis surtout, en effet, ils vont passer en building blocks. Ça fait des années qu'on les entend dire qu'ils vont passer ça en building blocks, mais ils vont peut-être finalement le faire.
Most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. You know, in the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But you know, a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, you know, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, you know, like a, you know, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, no, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So yeah, you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You know, you wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your like settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis. And you can set up what, you know, okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early, you know,
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished. It's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of you know, combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, you know, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, you know, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in there,
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload.
Ouais, c'est ce qui ils sont en train de parler des tourelles et tout ça.
We have quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there, you know. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships,
ça va être pas mal. C'est possible que ce soit mieux pour le stealth gameplay, c'est-à-dire que si les mecs à une certaine distance, si les mecs vraiment te voient pas, ils ont pas.
And I would say that definitely, you know, we're putting a bunch of work in to the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that
ouais, si les mecs ne te cherchent pas vraiment, ils ont même pas ton chevron, quoi.
C'est ça. À moins vraiment d'être prêt et donc là de sortir sur leur. Parce que c'est déjà un peu ce qu'on a, mais.
Getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later. And it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better. And also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you're you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, you know, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can, you know, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because, you know, some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU in Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be. Because right now, you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, you know, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, you know, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, you know, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that it's fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting or your local environment. And when I say small, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where QBoost comes in the fact that you're QBoosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision
le quantum
to go
boost,
there.
c'est énorme,
But
ça.
for QBoost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around.
Uniquement
so that,
en ligne droite,
we're not
comme 2
just
points à 1 fois,
cramped
comme on
in,
fait
because
aujourd'hui.
radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment.
On n'en a pas parlé tout à l'heure, ça quand ils en parlaient, ils sont surtout parlé du combat, mais en effet, ce truc-là, ça veut dire que tu peux aller en quantum, du moins à l'échelle d'un système planétaire, un peu où tu veux. Ils ont continué de dire que pour aller d'une planète à une autre, ça continuerait de se faire en ligne droite. Mais dans un système planétaire, tu te balades un peu comme tu veux, en fait, tu bouges ton vaisseau comme tu veux.
You're patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it. I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
there's a point of interest.
There's a point of interest, and so you'll be able to map things.
Ça c'est cool aussi.
And then we need to get there. But the
comme on disait tout à l'heure, ils montrent plein de trucs qui en fait interagissent les uns avec les autres et commencent vraiment à donner un truc
mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 10th the speed of the full quantum travel. Sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly and, also appreciate the environment you're going through and, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU, it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
Which we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. There's a group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of
on pourra enfin aller chasser dans le Aronalo sans avoir besoin des kills.
And visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of
Il parle du scanning à courte et à longue distance, en fait, genre avec des scans qui sont possibles jusqu'à 10 000, 20 000 km.
Works for combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to fast.
Et après, dans le 10 000, 20 000 km dans le Aronalo, ça reste pas assez. C'est tellement immense, le Aronalo, ça fait plusieurs millions de kilomètres. Non, en fait, quand j'y réfléchis, si on a toujours besoin des caisses. C'est marrant.
And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay.
Une mécanique sur certains vaisseaux qui te permet de tracer une direction quantum qu'un vaisseau a pris, par exemple, sans te donner une information de distance.
Ouais, mais ça, on n'y est pas encore. Là, de ce qu'ils sont en train de parler, c'est un truc qui est...
When you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is
It's point to point.
It's empty,
Qui est à plus
right?
court
It's
terme,
like you spend your time around the space stations or some asteroids here around the planet. But we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of
Ils en parlent en même temps que
I can detect something. I want to investigate it. So
quantum,
the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because
Chris Roberts disait que ce serait pas en 3.18, mais ce serait dans un
huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
Ouais, le quantum boost, c'est intéressant.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. Again, you can just boost.
Et là, quand on passe en quantum boost, en fait, on peut aller où on veut, quoi.
Gameplay, which obviously went into.
On n'est pas juste en ligne droite vers le truc, quoi. D'une part, il faut contrôler le machin et la distance.
The quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the.
Ah oui, non, on peut pas aller où on veut, d'accord. Alors non, non.
Ouais,
ok. Faut garder le contrôle sur le boost. Ok, alors autant pour moi. On peut pas se balader exactement quand on veut. Moi, je pensais qu'ils étaient en train de faire un truc qui ressemblait à Elite Dangerous, en fait, quand on passe en boost dans Elite Dangerous, c'est qu'on peut aller où on veut.
Just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing.
Fini les FK pour dire c'est beau, ouais, en quantum, ouais, en effet, il faut que le pilote en quantum, il continue de. Sinon, il se fait virer de quantum, quoi. Ça, c'est un peu le même système que leur truc pendant les. Quand on est dans les trous verts.
Hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff, but
mais tu pourras toujours faire des F4 pour dire c'est beau dans les vaisseaux où il y a plusieurs personnes.
I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and
ça
then
aussi c'est un truc de multijoueur.
We switched to quantum mode.
Ça va changer tellement de trucs, ouais, grave.
The spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode. Your shield's powered down, so you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode. And the quantum drive
si vous pouvez choisir la couleur des informations sur le ce serait cool aussi.
You look at a place, you can boost towards
it. And it's just you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah, and so for people that want to go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second star.
Ah bah attends, putain, j'ai pas entendu là du coup. Il parlait de free quantum.
So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. We talked a little bit about the star map.
On verra pour ça, Denis. Je pense que
again, not quite ready to show today's stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your mobiGlas. So you'll be able to then load up the mini-map and go, okay, how do I get out of it? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So, it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to certain
Peut-être
places.
pas.
Because everybody, if somebody says to me,
Je les ai entendus dire tout à l'heure
tomorrow,
que les trucs de planète à planète, CIO sera toujours en ligne droite. Donc peut-être que c'est les longs comme ça et tout, ce sera toujours, tu sais, le truc tu calcules, ça met du temps et tout, et c'est bon, tu pars, quoi.
And so we've long wanted this. I mean, it's very critical.
Et là, t'es sur des rails.
Squadron.
Parce que c'est vrai qu'il faut faire 15 minutes du... C'est pas mal d'avoir le petit gameplay, mais il faut pas qu'il y en ait trop non plus. Si tu fais 15 minutes de ça, tu vois pas le délire. Et attends, Pyro. De nouveau, on parle de Pyro. Les voyages vont être beaux. Donc non, je pense qu'on restera sur des rails de planète à planète.
Mapping technique, and there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a good backdrop rather than just grey boxes. But that would be an example, is you don't know the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini-map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini-map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
in
the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini-map, but you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor. But it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, level ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine, using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say ground level or whatever. It's
one of the advantages of having high detailed ships, because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when it's the feature and is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom mini-maps. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment mini-map. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? You know, if it's a person, what's their active status? Are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders.
Absolutely.
But then, using like the relay network and whatever, those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well, they've also no one's.
En train de dire
qu'ils
ont refait toute l'AI
has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And it's, I won't argue, it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, you know, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, you know, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations that AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so
non, en fait, Nox est en train de parler du fait que, ouais,
you know, the AI team
ils ont balancé tout ce qu'ils avaient fait avec l'intelligence artificielle sur le PU. Enfin,
you
ce qu'il y a sur le PU, de toute façon,
absolutely have turned a corner
l'intelligence artificielle.
this year, because I,
et ils se sont refocus sur créer une intelligence artificielle pour Squadron 42.
You know,
et qui fonctionne plus simplement, mais sur lequel ils construisent en fait pour qu'elle puisse faire plus de choses,
like the fact that we were like,
okay, et également qu'elle fonctionne de manière systémique, parce que de nouveau ils ont le PU à l'esprit quand ils font leur intelligence artificielle, et donc ils font cette intelligence artificielle là dans un environnement fermé qui est Squadron 42, et quand ce sera terminé,
this level.
Ils enverront ça sur le
like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was, you know, it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything, where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural. And they
je suis pas développeur, mais peut-être qu'en effet avec l'intelligence artificielle, c'est toujours mieux de toute manière de faire un truc. De toute façon, un jeu dans un environnement fermé où tu fais toutes les features et après tu peux le sortir. Ça a toujours été le problème des jeux en alpha et en développement, quoi. Parce que le truc est en développement, donc ils sortent des trucs, ils sortent des features, tu vois, et puis ils construisent par-dessus et par-dessus et par-dessus. Et en effet, il y a un moment où ça devient n'importe quoi. Alors qu'un jeu qui se fait dans un environnement fermé et qui au bout d'un moment est release, là c'est ils font le truc en interne, ils font tout ce dont ils ont besoin et après ils construisent dessus. C'est pas morceau par morceau, parce qu'en même temps tu as des mecs qui sont en train de jouer au jeu en même temps que tu es en train de le faire.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting, because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where, you know, we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's
so
still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune.
Il y aura plus de joueurs sur SC que sur Squadron.
We call them behaviors,
like AI behaviors. Simplement parce que Squadron, c'est un jeu
solo. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially three base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer who kind of wants to get, you know, siege and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure on you. So we wanted to create these three core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, you know, they can choose, combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers.
Oui, bah c'est ça, c'est les jeux solo. Comme les jeux solo, si vraiment tu les fais plusieurs fois.
But then what we have is we have a trait
system. Moi j'ai dû faire Witcher 3, Witcher 3, je l'ai dû faire 3 fois. Mais bon, spécialement envie de refaire encore un Witcher 3, il y a forcément un moment où c'est bon.
Or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, you know, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, you know, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. go, okay, I want this
Parce
trait,
que
this trait.
Squadron,
So
c'est
you're
le jeu
crafting combat
de Chris
experiences.
Roberts.
So in a PU
Le
mission, if you've got
jeu qui est
a ship
prévu à la
coming in
base.
bringing AI
Squadron, en fait.
reinforcements,
C'est pas le
we
PU.
can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales.
Le Kickstarter de
or these
2012
guys
à la
are
base, c'est
defensive,
Squadron.
they're,
C'est
they're
pas
more
le PU.
military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add
Et en fait,
different
c'est ce qu'il disait aussi tout à l'heure, l'énergie qui dépense sur Squadron, c'est aussi des trucs, tous les trucs dont là il parle et qu'il nous montre, c'est des trucs qui font pour Squadron qui viennent dans le PU. Donc en fait, dépenser de l'énergie pour Squadron, c'est pas comme s'il développait un autre jeu complètement à part et que tout ce qu'il faisait sur Squadron, en fait, ça n'apportait absolument rien au PU. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui font sur Squadron et en fait viennent sur le PU au final. Et donc, c'est pas une dépense d'énergie perdue pour le PU.
And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us.
Le seul truc qui est complètement perdu pour le PU avec Squadron, c'est l'histoire, quoi.
Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy
l'histoire,
to make AI
les mecs qui travaillent sur l'histoire, les mecs qui travaillent sur les cutscenes et tout ça, oui, ça c'est des trucs qui seront jamais dans le PU. Mais même par exemple, même l'aire de jeu de Squadron, c'est le système Odin qui, quand il sera fait pour Squadron, arrivera dans le PU aussi, tu vois. Je veux dire, même le système, au final, finira dans le PU. Ouais, ça, le narratif, les cinématiques et tout ça, en effet, oui, ces trucs-là qui travaillent sur Squadron, ça viendra jamais dans le PU. En effet, c'est de l'énergie qui est dépensée sur Squadron et uniquement sur Squadron. J'imagine qu'il y a plein d'autres trucs, quoi, mais il y a aussi énormément de choses faites sur Squadron et qui seront ramenées sur le PU.
So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate.
Là, il parle de l'intelligence artificielle, c'est celle qu'ils sont en train de développer pour Squadron. Et en effet, quand ils auront fini de la développer pour Squadron, ça viendra dans le PU. Donc le seul truc, c'est pas la question de dépense d'énergie, le seul truc, c'est le timing. C'est qu'en effet,
but pressure you in a
ça
way
viendra dans
that
le
you
PU
feel like, oh,
après.
what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, or, oh, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him. You're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun.
Il y a eu tellement de 30K, je suis sûr qu'en effet, il va y avoir des
future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender pushes strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that, A, you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you could be you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Throwing away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically,
but
game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3, and V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was it's
non, c'est
the beginning, and
pas d'accord avec ça, non, justement, c'est ce qu'ils arrêtent pas d'en parler depuis tout à l'heure, pour le fait que, entre autres, tout ce qu'ils nous montrent, c'est des trucs qu'ils développent pour comment ça s'appelle, pour Squadron, mais qui viendront dans SC, ils l'ont dit plusieurs fois. Là, ils sont pas toujours les meilleurs à la com, mais là, ça va.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. We've
redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying
more
the same.
mess hall? More mess hall?
The mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviours and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got
what
those poor Atmo esports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat, there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the Idris that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Ryerson, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and we'll look at some of the combat stuff we're talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player. Essentially.
This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
Yeah, he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's going around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. Yeah. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have, obviously, the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, it's like MOB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, if like, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go,
enfin un jeu avec une AI qui n'est pas complètement
décérébrée
et qui t'étais là 30 secondes après qu'elle t'a vu.
So that was on a test map.
Yes.
We do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll roll the clip.
Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain, what are they actually doing, they're checking cover points.
Bah là t'as vu, ils checkent vraiment tous les endroits. Hein. Donc en fait le seul moyen c'est de réussir à passer entre deux.
A lot of the cases when we actually captured this video,
un moment où en fait ils regardent pas.
Failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is
si tu restes trop longtemps, c'est ce que vient de dire Jared, si tu restes trop longtemps au même endroit, en fait, ils finiront par te trouver, quoi. Je peux pas juste rester statique en disant c'est bon, dans 30 secondes, ils ont oublié que j'étais là, quoi. Non, ils vont checker tous les spots jusqu'à ce qu'ils te trouvent.
It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different. This is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. and then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like
avec les bruits de tes pas, ça je sais pas, ils en ont pas parlé, mais oui j'imagine. Généralement le son c'est toujours aussi pris en compte dans dans les intelligences artificielles, c'est-à-dire que même si les mecs te voient pas et que tu fais un sprint derrière eux, ouais, ils t'entendent et ils se retournent.
That have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. Oh. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is, if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially, here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot, just because we want to show you the behaviours themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over,
il y en a un autre qui l'a poussé derrière.
Crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you.
Et s'ils peuvent appeler en plus des renforts, c'est cool ça.
So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making him feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people, maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's
not just appeler des renforts, ça veut dire que si t'en butes un et tout, et l'autre est à côté, faut buter les deux en même temps, quoi.
One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness.
Ah, ils vont mettre des attributs?
Techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates.
Attends, mais ça va être juste pour Squadron 42 ou ils ramènent ça aussi pour le PU? Parce que dans le PU, ils ont dit qu'il n'y aurait jamais des compétences et tout ça, quoi. Là, ils sont en train de parler de ramener des caractéristiques. Ça, c'est nouveau, on n'a jamais entendu parler de ça.
Pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill.
Ouais,
this is the things that you can't
non,
necessarily
il parle de
improve.
your skill.
You know,
Donc
like
non,
I said,
c'est pas les PNJ.
how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, you know, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you know, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea is there are things that you do during the gameplay that, you know, your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, you still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU,
Ah ben, donc non, si, ça va être aussi pour dans le pays.
I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, you know?
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because you're saying, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you can run further than them.
C'est le genre de truc que tu perds quand tu meurs, ça, je pense.
That are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
Comment tu fais pour t'entraîner à des takedowns quoi? Tu fais ça à la gym sur le prof de gym quoi. Non, mais je m'entraîne. C'est bon. T'inquiète. C'était pas une vraie fourchette. C'est juste une fourchette en plastique. Une parade pour pallier à ce problème, la drogue.
Non, baron, ça marche pas. On n'en trouve plus des fourchettes en plastique.
C'est interdit, c'était trop dangereux. Les mecs s'entraînaient à faire des takedowns avec.
Anti-écologique, les fourchettes en plastique.
Tu peux faire ça avec une fourchette en bois.
Fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more G's. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do, and you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them. Like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand.
Dans le hangar du Polaris.
It's like, en fait, ça
sert pas de hangar, ça sert de gym,
kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally.
Il n'y a jamais de vaisseau dans le hangar du Polaris. C'est juste le gymnase des pirates.
Well, we were
les mecs qui montent des poids, quoi.
The other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way.
Alors par contre, je suis pas sûr de ce que je vais dire, mais je crois que dans un des conseils du javelin, par contre, je crois que j'avais vu un terrain de basket dans la soute.
Non, c'est dans l'Idriss. C'est pas dans l'Idriss. C'est pas dans l'Idriss où il y a un terrain de basket dans le hangar, ou peut-être le javelin.
J'ai vu un vaisseau avec un hangar où il y a un terrain de basket dedans.
Ou dans le Bengal. Dans le Bengal, je suis sûr je crois qu'il y a un terrain de basket. Oui, t'as raison.
Je sais plus lequel c'était.
Ouais. Bah ouais. Et puis si les mecs ils sont pas bons, t'ouvres le hangar et là tu vannes tout le monde, quoi. C'est bon. Je veux un autre équipage, ils sont trop nuls.
You don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system, yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been
de quoi ils parlent du coup, ils ont changé de sujet et là je suis complètement paumé.
How it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments.
Par contre, tu vois, je suis curieux de voir quelle aura l'interface avec les rayons tracteurs, par exemple.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp, basically.
Les rayons tracteurs
obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU,
le Cutlass,
it's going to just get expanded. Maybe
le Caterpillar,
potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Mobi Glass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the Mobi Glass.
Ah d'accord, il parlait du Mobi Glass en fait depuis tout à l'heure.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player. It's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So, and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it, it's cleared. So that's the system, it's a framework. So like inside you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh look, I got a new message over here, I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is
ça faut regarder.
In everyday life,
je regarderai ça demain, quoi. Je me mettrai en pause, je regarderai bien tous les trucs qu'il y a.
You're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the mobiGlas, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Moby is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with.
Ils se sont enfin rendus compte que personne ne comprenait rien à leur jeu, quoi. Donc il fallait peut-être qu'ils fassent un truc qui soit facile et plus facile et plus compréhensible.
And you want to have the information at your
Ça leur a mis 10 ans,
mais okay, tell me what
mieux vaut tard que jamais,
is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you've got to decide what you need to take out of your specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features.
En FPS sur Star Citizen avec mon volant, la boîte de vitesse c'est pour les armes et tout machin. La quatrième par exemple, c'est tu sors le tracteur beam.
Today is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done. We're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it.
Plein de trucs dont ils parlent, c'est déjà fait, quoi. Ils sont juste en train de faire la balance.
Confident in, technically and from a design point
of view. Ils ont fini plein de trucs en fait.
And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale.
C'est vrai que sur le PU, on galère toujours avec 4.0 et en fait surtout le server machine parce que ça c'est un gros morceau. Et je crois que sur Squadron 42, ils ont vraiment fait du boulot. Ils ont vraiment fini pas mal de trucs.
Who are just specifically PU content. They've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience.
Non mais ouais, mais il y avait des signes sur Hero. Le fait qu'en effet ils bougent de plus en plus de monde vers Squadron, ça veut dire qu'ils arrivent vers la fin, quoi. C'est le gros push. C'est le gros push pour terminer.
Again, that was a lot of things that went in with that. It's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns. Are just features.
Ce qui veut pas dire que c'est bientôt fini, mais ça s'approche. Ils sont en train de voir le bout du tunnel avec les features. En effet, après, ça va plus être que de l'équilibrage et du contenu. Donc, ce qui ne veut pas dire que c'est fini. Et ça peut prendre du temps à faire des équilibrages et du contenu. Mais les features sont faites, quoi. Et entre autres, les features, ils vont les passer sur le PU, quoi. Faut qu'ils les équilibrent. Mais ça, en effet, de toute façon, le boulot d'équilibrage avec Squadron et le PU, il faut que ça marche sur les deux, quoi. Il faut que ça marche en solo, il faut que ça marche en multi, donc il faut qu'ils testent sur les deux.
Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Ils vont en parler. Je vais fermer ma gueule.
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron, but also Star Citizen. Because, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing them out in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play it, is a complete, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. It's a dream I've had my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there.
En fait, pas d'infos croustillantes, il dit surtout merci à tout le monde.
Grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So, as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something, or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project, and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. At the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. It's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do.
Fidelity, ça c'était aussi un mot.
Think it,
fallait boire un coup avec mon gros squad.
See it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is,
ça a dû être épique cette soirée.
Ah, c'est drôle, c'est drôle.
Has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project.
Ça a duré plus longtemps la dernière fois. Moi, j'avais pas pu faire jusqu'au bout.
So, like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard, and it's exciting. For me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. This year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. We're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself over the last few years. It's become more stable, it's become more performant. There's been more features and content added.
22 000, il y a plein de mecs qui se sont barrés tout à l'heure.
We talked about a lot of things we want to improve. It's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and the anything in the universe, and we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, you know, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward, you know, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike.
Ah ouais, bah oui, tu m'étonnes, c'est clair que ça va hurler. Hein. C'est clair que ça va hurler.
It is.
Moi, je suis des changements qu'ils font. En fait,
video games.
La plupart, je suis plutôt d'accord. Et puis certains où je me pose des questions, je me dis bah faut voir en fait, faut voir comment ça joue avant de tout de suite. Normal, on peut plus jouer.
They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind-the-scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board.
Oui, c'est clair, c'est normal.
To execute on that feedback.
Et si ça en mettait pas, ce serait louche.
As forefront
ou alors ce serait tout pourri.
The interaction system and
how you interface
faire les choses bien, ça prend du temps. And the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features
surtout
is
pour un truc qui a jamais été fait.
Don't think of it as feature. It's we're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together and we can sit down and play it. And whilst Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Mobiglass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Oh my goodness. Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is? What am I gonna say?
Là, on l'a déjà vu au début, donc pas le repasser, mais non, franchement, j'ai trouvé ça pas mal. Hein. Cette espèce de nouveau format aussi, c'est-à-dire que plutôt que de faire une démo qui t'en fout plein la gueule, alors c'est bien aussi, hein, mais plutôt qu'essayer de faire une démo qui t'en fout plein les mirettes, juste avec, il t'explique en substance, mais vite fait, parce que la démo est en train de jouer derrière, donc le mec il peut pas il peut pas vraiment expliquer pendant 10 minutes, un quart d'heure chaque petit point de ce qu'ils sont en train de montrer. Donc ça reste toujours super, comment dirais-je, merde, je cherche le mot, mais ça rentre pas dans les détails, quoi. Ça reste toujours assez superficiel, voilà, c'est le mot que je cherchais. Cette espèce d'explication là de texte avec Chris Roberts et merde, comment il s'appelle l'autre, bon, c'est pas grave, je me rappelle plus. Où il nous montre vraiment, il nous parle vraiment de features, il nous montre juste des petites vidéos sur comment ça marche et tout. Ouais, j'ai trouvé ça sympa au final, ça expliquait bien comme format. On veut des flingues. Oui, bah oui,
C'était bien mieux que l'année dernière.
Ah ouais, c'était beaucoup, beaucoup mieux que l'année dernière, en effet. L'année dernière,
L'année dernière, je
c'était
suis
trop
désolé,
long.
moi, c'était indigeste.
Ouais. Bah ouais, il y avait certains panneaux de l'année dernière qui étaient indigestes. Et en fait, tous les panneaux en tant que tels, c'était trop long. Je sais plus combien il y avait de panneaux. Il y en avait, je sais plus, il y en avait 10, il y en avait 12. Et puis, il durait 40. Enfin, non, pas autant que ça. Mais enfin, bon, ça avait duré super longtemps. Moi, j'étais pas arrivé
Ah,
jusqu'à
je
la
sais
fin,
qu'on
quoi.
était parti sur plus de 6 heures l'année dernière.
Ouais, c'est ça, ouais. C'est ça. C'est ça. Alors que là, en effet, les panneaux, quand je les ai vus, il y en avait 7. Je me dis, ah, peut-être qu'ils font 1 heure, peut-être qu'ils font 40 minutes. Parce que c'est ce qu'ils faisaient l'année dernière, cette année. Et puis, en fait, non, il y avait carrément des panneaux. Le panneau sur les missions, d'investigation, par exemple, je sais pas, il a duré 15 minutes, quoi. Il faisait le temps d'un ISC, quoi, même pas. Trop technique, ouais, bah pas tous les panels de l'année dernière. Il y avait des panels qui n'étaient pas forcément techniques, ceux sur les vaisseaux ou machin, c'était pas technique. Mais en effet, il y en avait au milieu qui étaient ultra techniques, qui étaient ultra chiants. Ouais. Ils n'ont pas parlé de piraterie. Ouais, ils n'ont pas parlé de la 3.18. Ils n'ont pas parlé de ce qui arrivait. C'est ce qu'ils avaient dit aussi, c'est ils voulaient parler. Enfin, ça, c'est ce qu'ils avaient dit l'année dernière, qu'ils voulaient parler des trucs qui étaient sur le point de sortir. Et là, cette année, ils n'ont pas. Des trucs qui sont sur le point de sortir, mais pas immédiatement dans la 3.18. Moi, c'est ce que je m'attendais un peu justement à ce qu'ils nous montrent du salvage, peut-être plus en détail. Bon, après, ils nous en ont montré tellement que dans les ISC, que c'est vrai que ça aurait un peu fait doublon avec tout ce qu'ils nous montrent dans les ISC depuis quelques temps, quoi. Après, ils nous ont pas vraiment montré le cargo system refactor, en effet, dans les ISC. Bon, c'est pas grave. Ça arrivera bientôt, donc on verra, quoi.
Alors que c'est peut-être le truc qui est le plus attendu.
Cargo System Refactor, ouais, ça dépend des gens, ouais. Mais c'est vrai que pour les traders et pour les pirates, c'est clairement le truc le plus attendu. Bah, peut-être pas pour les traders, mais en tout cas pour les pirates, oui. Ok. C'est quoi ça?
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud.
Ouais. Non. Ouf. Alors, un truc qu'on va aller faire, vite fait. Flash. Laissez-moi voir. C'est... je suis en train de bidouiller là en arrière-plan pendant que je vous ai laissé... avec mon splash screen. Ce qu'on va aller voir, c'est... Hello. Ouais. Paf. CitizenCon. Alors, attends, vas-y. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a là-dedans? Voilà. Crusader C1 Spirit. Allons voir. Ça coûte combien, ça? Alors, Delivering a Prosper... Il a quand même de la gueule. Hein. Quand même. Et l'arrière... L'avant est sympa, mais je trouve que l'arrière, avec les 2 rangées de réacteurs...
Et il y a un tracteur beam, s'il te plaît.
Ah, il y a un tracteur beam dessus?
Ah ouais.
Où ça?
À l'arrière. Bah, tu regardes plus bas, tu fais défiler la page plus bas, tu verras. Tu auras les différentes sections du vaisseau, tu cliques sur plus et tu verras le...
D'accord. Ah ouais, t'es déjà allé voir, toi, petit malin.
Ah bah, curieux, hein.
Ah bah ouais, ok. Moi, j'étais sur le stream. Ok, alors vas-y, partons. Quality, liberty and the pursuit of a more equitable empire. Just a few of the tenets that make Crusader industry a true force of good in an often unstable universe. Now Crusader cast its nets of unity even further with the Spirit series, Commitment to provide civilians with the freedom to tackle multiple roles and multifaceted jobs. The C1 spirit is tuned for hauling, with the ability to transport large volume of freight or small vehicles. However, flexible design allows for a degree of improvisation that makes the spirit the perfect everyday ship without sacrificing any of the functionality of a dedicated carry vessel. Through commerce, cooperation, and reliability, we can make this great experience feel a little smaller. Invite you to tap. Bon, on va surtout aller voir le machin. Ouais, d'accord. Alors attends, là déjà, les screenshots, il y en a plusieurs. Ah ouais, le tracteur beam.
Bah, passe à l'image suivante, là tu le verras.
Putain, l'arrière, il... Il doit être plus rapide, c'est pas possible, plus rapide que le MSR. Enfin, je veux dire, quand tu vois la taille des réacteurs par rapport à ceux du MSR, il doit être plus rapide que le MSR. Moi, je veux un vaisseau rapide, quoi.
Et quand tu vois l'image, là, des qu'est-ce qu'il flotte dans l'espace, un vaisseau détruit... Hein?
Ah ouais, bah oui.
Qu'est-ce qui a pu se passer?
Moi, pour faire de la contrebande, je veux un vaisseau rapide. Donc le MSR, je veux dire, Blockade Runner, ça m'intéressait, mais... Bon, de toute façon, certainement que si j'en prends un, déjà, j'attendrai qu'il soit flight ready. Il déchire, ouais, grave. J'attendrai qu'il soit flight ready et je pense que je remplacerai mon Inferno. L'Inferno sert à rien, quoi. Cargo Hall, 48 SCU. Alors voilà, par rapport au MSR, c'est le seul truc. Mais le truc intéressant par rapport au MSR, c'est que le MSR, faut être 4. Ou 3. Il y a 3 lits. Là, t'es que 2. Ce qui, parce que moi, ce que je compte faire, c'est faire de la contrebande sur le côté, juste, comment dire, juste on the side, quoi. Et genre, peut-être juste avec un PNJ plus tard, quand on pourra embaucher des PNJ. J'ai pas envie d'avoir un crew de 50 mecs, juste pour aller faire des runs de contrebande une fois de temps en temps pour me faire un peu de cash. Donc le MSR, j'aimerais vraiment bien parce qu'il remplit vraiment bien le rôle, mais il y a trop de crew dedans. Et puis, il y a aussi le côté... alors, il y a le côté... comment ça s'appelle? Guerre électronique. Mais ça, on a vraiment peu d'informations dessus. Donc, je suis même pas capable de dire vraiment si ça m'intéresse. Par contre, il n'y a que 2 taille 3. Hein. C'est-à-dire qu'il punch vachement moins qu'un inconnu ou un freelancer qu'on l'un comme l'autre 4 taille 3. Quoi. Mais après, de nouveau, si c'est pour de la... Moi, je veux dire, si c'est pour de la... Si c'est pour faire du... Comment ça s'appelle? Pas pour faire du combat, quoi. C'est pour faire de la contrebande. Donc le seul truc qui m'intéresse, c'est la vitesse. Total payload of 10 missiles. Ok. Ouais, il a plus de missiles. Par contre, il a plus de missiles que les... Le Cutlass en a beaucoup. Le Freelancer, moins. Le Freelancer, il y en a 8, je crois. Si je me rappelle bien. Freelancer base. Ah, il a 2... Ah oui, non, il a 2 tailles... Ah ouais, alors ok, non. Il a 2 taille 2 gimbal et 2 taille 3 qui peuvent être changés en taille 2 pour gimbal. Donc il a 4 armes. Ok. Ça, c'est les mêmes. Ça, c'est les mêmes que celles qu'on a vues. Non, on n'a pas vu celle-là. Ouais, et puis il a des vêtements. Taille 3 tractor beam. Ok, ça, on sait pas encore ce que ça veut dire, les tailles de tractor beam, mais taille 3, je pense que c'est assez balèze. Ah ouais, un seul taille 2, donc comme le Cutlass. Et voilà, 2 crews. Moi, ça m'intéresse, ça, 2 crews, plutôt que les 3. $100. Ah, avec la peinture rouge. Quelle bande d'enfoirés, comment ils savent me parler chez CIG, quoi. Ah, les salauds, quoi. Les salauds. Je vais pas acheter les 3. Ça, c'est parce que je suis concierge. Ah ouais. Enfin,
Et ça, c'est leur problème avec CIG, ils savent trop bien parler à leurs joueurs.
Olympia Paint en noir. Celle-là, elle ressemble vachement à celle du MSR, justement, celle que j'ai. C'est vrai que j'ai la peinture aussi pour le MSR, mais bon. Peinture, un peu. Bon. Sort les dollars, bah non, non, c'est mort, c'est mort, c'est mort. Je ne l'achèterai pas aujourd'hui, ça c'est évident. Je me laisse au moins la nuit pour réfléchir. Je ne suis pas un acheteur compulsif. Je suis seulement concierge. Il y avait un autre truc dont il parlait, c'était pour... Ça, c'est outdated. Hein. Attends, il y avait un autre truc dont il parlait, c'était Pick Up Cheap Challenge. Ok, alors ouais, ça, si vous voulez pick up notre prochaine cible. Moi, je suis pas un mineur, hein, donc notre prochaine cible, allez, vas-y, je vais choisir de quelle marque devrait être notre prochaine cible. Ah ouais, et puis il y a ça aussi. Il y a le truc. Alors, on va faire ça. Et le dernier truc qu'on fera, c'est aller récupérer le... Il n'y a pas un truc qu'il faut faire pour récupérer le cadeau, là, machin? Alors, vous en pensez quoi, vous? Vous devriez aller voter aussi, quoi. Argo, MISC ou RSI?
Moi, perso, j'ai voté les industries spatiales de Robert, pour l'instant, c'est le seul qui n'a pas de vaisseau de minage à
Ouais, mais il y a
l'échelle.
l'Orion.
Petit équipage.
C'est
Non,
vrai
petit
qu'il a de la
équipage.
gueule, l'Orion. Hein. Robert Space Industries, ça serait pas mal. Pas MISC, parce que MISC, ils ont déjà l'expense. Fais péter le lien? Ouais, je peux vous faire péter le lien. Mais après, c'est tout simplement sur le site à Robert. Hein. Tu vas sur le site à Robert, en fait, que je vous montre. Et en fait, alors il n'est pas dans les trucs dès le début, mais tu scrolles un peu et il est juste là, quoi. Pick up challenge. Ouais. Il est juste là. Pick up challenge. Je vote pour celui qui est le plus facile à braquer. Bah ouais, ouais, ouais. Ouais, mais justement, MISC et Argo. MISC, les portes sur les côtés des prospecteurs et sur les côtés des freelancers ne s'ouvrent pas. Donc MISC, c'est mort. Et Argo, à chaque fois, il y a des espèces d'élévateurs à la con. Pour aborder un mall, tu es obligé de clipper au travers de la tourelle. Donc Argo, c'est mort aussi. Alors que par exemple, un Constellation, super facile à aborder. Donc ouais, je pense que je vais faire comme toi. Je pense que je vais prendre RSI. Et en plus, parce que si genre ils en font un espèce de mini Orion, l'Orion a quand même grave de la gueule. Hein.
Ah bah Lorient, t'es pratiquement sur la taille d'un javelin.
Oui, oui, non, mais ils vont pas faire l'Orion. C'est un truc entre le môle et l'Orion. Mais je veux dire, quand tu vois justement la gueule des vaisseaux industriels de RSI, ils ont quand même vachement de gueule. J'aime bien aussi Argo, mais ouais. Et Misk, comme je disais, Misk, il y a déjà l'Expense. L'Expense qui est à la raffinerie, quoi. Donc non, ouais, ouais, ouais. Je pense que je vais faire comme toi. Allez, je choisis voter en votre âme et conscience. Hein. Mais moi, je pense en effet, ouais. T'as voté RSI, il y a la majorité là. Ouais, bah de toute façon, je pense que je vote RSI. Bim. Ouais. C'est pas loin, mais en effet, ouais. 10 points, c'est beaucoup. Drake. Bah non. Toi, t'aimes juste bien répondre à côté de la plaque, mais c'est ton problème, j'ai envie de dire. Donc voilà. Et c'est tout en fait. Attends, je suis en train de raconter n'importe quoi. Le pack là, l'espèce de pack. Attends, si je retourne sur CitizenCon, l'espèce de pack pour avoir le lance-grenade. Il y avait un truc à faire pour ce machin-là? Je crois pas en fait. Hein. Free. Ah oui, c'est ça. Alors voilà. Attends. C'est ça que je voulais aller voir. Il y a d'autres? Ah ouais, il y avait le truc pour gagner le Toby, mais bah moi je l'ai déjà le Toby. Vas-y, il y a quoi dans le pack? Il y a un lance-grenade. Il y a une peluche à mettre sur son tableau de bord. D'accord. Ah oui, ça t'emmène sur Spectrum. Ok. Ouais, mais moi c'est là que je veux aller.
Moi, je pense
D'accord.
que les
Ouais,
trucs, tu
non.
les verras
Ok.
dans ton hangar
Ouais, c'est
d'ici
ça,
demain
c'est
ou
ça.
après-demain.
Ok. Ouais, donc on voit le skin du... Il y a quoi donc? J'imagine il y a cette fringue, il y a la pluche, et... Parce qu'il y a 3 trucs. Hein. Et donc il y a le lance-grenade. Euh, Avec des skins sympas. Ok.
Par contre, lancé la page pour la petite Jeep, la Grey 4.
De quoi?
Ils ont
Ah
lancé,
oui.
tu sais, la page pour le petit buggy.
Ah oui, 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 je voulais aller voir ça aussi, en effet, t'as raison. C'est quoi? C'est dans le Play Store, c'est ça?
Ah bah, je suis allé dans Comlink et puis t'as toute une page, tu as
Comme
tout un
Link.
truc pour le.
D'accord. Ah oui, Grecat STV. Oui, oui, c'est vrai, il y a ça aussi. Ah ouais. Ah, puis alors, en fait, il y a plusieurs... Non, il y en a plusieurs, normalement. T'as le STV, mais ils ont dit qu'ils avaient retouché le PTV. 40 mètres secondes.
T'appelles le PTV.
Le PTV, c'est le... Merde, la voiturette de golf.
Ils l'ont refait ce truc-là?
Ouais, ouais, ils ont refait le PTV. C'est ce qu'ils disaient. C'est ce qu'ils disaient.
D'accord.
Ah, il y a déjà des skins et tout. Quoi. 35 balles. Ouais. Non. Ça me fait vachement moins rêver déjà que les vaisseaux Crusader. Quoi. Les vaisseaux Crusader, j'ai un faible. Hein.
Oh, puis bon,
Les
ça, c'est
vaisseaux
un truc,
Crusader.
c'est un truc qui va te coûter 30 000, 40 000 créer in-game.
Oui, oui, c'est clair. C'est clair. Non, vas-y, est-ce qu'ils ont refait le PTV justement? Allons voir vite fait dans le. Dans le.
Tu le trouves dans le store, ça, Pledge Store.
Ouais, bah ouais. Attends, il y a
Attends,
Grey 4.
je suis curieux de voir ça.
Où est-ce qu'il est, Grey 4? Ouais, Grey 4. Rock, STV. Non, le PTV, tu peux plus l'acheter. Enfin bon, ouais, non, ils ont dit qu'ils l'avaient rework. On peut mettre des jantes BBS dessus. Voilà. Aucune idée. Aucune idée. Flight ready. Ouais. Ouais, celui-là, il est flight ready. Il peut emmener 2 caisses, hein. Bon. Allez. Il est seulement que 3h35 du matin. Donc, je pense que je vais vous abandonner là. Je ne vais pas traîner. Demain, je refais un live sur Star Citizen. On sera en gameplay. Comme pour ceux qui n'étaient pas là au début, on ira, justement en parlant de Grey 4, on ira miner en rock demain. Histoire de rigoler. Un truc bien peinard. Genre, où je vais pouvoir sortir mon volant et ma boîte de vitesse. Pour pouvoir aller miner en FPS avec le volant, quoi. Et Et je vous montrerai un truc aussi. Je vous montrerai un truc, un secret de bandit. Pour activer le laser, c'est le klaxon. Ouais, je sais tout ça. J'ai fait mes key bindings sur mon volant, Cyrero. Bref, ouais, je vous montrerai un truc. Et puis, on reparlera de la CitizenCon. À froid, hein, après avoir dormi. La nuit porte conseil. Voilà. Du coup, je vais même pas vous souhaiter un bon appétit, parce que là, je pense que vous avez fini de manger, vu l'heure qu'il est. Je vais vous souhaiter une bonne fin de soirée, pour vous, parce que il est que 10h du soir en même temps, un samedi soir, donc la soirée n'est pas terminée pour vous. On se voit demain. Et puis, merci, comme d'habitude, à tous ceux qui sont passés. Merci à tous ceux qui m'ont fait coucou dans le chat pour taper la discute. C'était bien sympa. C'était pas si long que ça, donc on a pu voir la fin. Donc, coolos, quoi. Bref. Allez. Aujourd'hui, je ne m'attarde pas. Merci, je vais manger la crème de marron que j'ai fait pendant la sitcom. Ok, Bénite. À la tienne. Allez, je vous dis à demain. Ciao.